You should. Can we actually close the door and we are about to start?
Good morning.
Take a seat now or never. Now.
Good morning. So, welcome back for the second part of this conference. I hope you enjoyed the evening yesterday. I hope you enjoyed the day here. Yesterday we went through the...
Oppa! For the Greek friends. Okay, it was just a bit of... it's a flash, but it's gone. All okay. Please continue. Mamma mia.
I was going to ask Simona what's the mood today, but you saw it smashing, huh? So yesterday we went through the different deliverables, the different products under the EU-funded project, Internationalising Vocational Excellence. We had great discussions on stage. And today we will continue with, again, a very, very dense program that allows us to pick ideas, opinions, proposals from the international sort of environment, from the EU as well, and so on. So good luck to everybody today, and we hope you enjoy it. What's the mood apart from the smashing part?
No, there was a test for all of you to see if you actually slept well and you are actually okay today. So we saw that everyone was so okay. Well, the mood today, you know, I hope you enjoyed the evening yesterday. I think that the food was just delicious. And I can say it as Italian, so I mean, we really appreciate it. We really did our best. Today, we have only half day, so I want you very focused. Are you? Yes. Voila. Perfect. So this is the mood. I go.
Great. So let me invite on stage our director, Pilvi Torsti. As we said yesterday, Pilvi was on institutional missions these days. So she's here with us today, and the floor is yours, Pilvi.
Thank you very much. So very good morning on my behalf, and let's start with this. Let's close our eyes and think where your nose is. And if you find it's in the middle of your face, so use that for breathing, say 3 times, but very deeply, and keep your eyes closed. Good. So good morning. Who of you think that you talk a lot during your working days? I think many of us are in positions where we talk a lot. And you know, when we talk, we use from our mouth and our brain has less and less oxygen. So therefore, all of us who talk a lot need to give our brain every now and then also some air. And that's why we need to close our eyes and take a breath through our nose. So if you didn't know this, let this be one learning from Turin of these 2 days, and you will think about that crazy ETF director, Pilvi, who asked me to close my eyes and breathe when we got started. I was actually in Geneva at the beginning of the week, as Jorgos said, meeting people at ILO and then addressing a conference that was on leadership. And I was asked to give that, it's a slightly younger generation leaders, mainly women, asked to give some tips. And yeah, of course, breathing was there as well, but I gave 5+2. And let me say one here, which I think is true to all of you. And when I was looking at the program of yesterday and today, I think it very much describes these days too. And that is, for anyone who really wants to have a mark in the world, have impact on people's lives as a teacher, as a manager, as a community leader, perhaps the best metaphor I have come across is think about yourself as a sky for stars to shine. Brighter the sky, more beautiful it is, right? So with that note, on my behalf, welcome for our second day. And now I can see my iPad has died, so let's just give me a second. It wants my finger. Voila. Of course, we all follow the news these days. I'm sure you've discussed them yesterday, if not in the event in the evening. The geopolitical developments happen. The mood changes sometimes by an hour, as a colleague said last week when we had some of our leadership meetings in Brussels. And those, of course, all these events and changes, developments are associated with fragility. And they are combined, the fragility that is growing is combined with the long-term trends that we've had. Climate change, twin transition, demographic changes, slightly different in our different countries, but nevertheless quite dramatic. The changes in job markets that are caused by the new technologies. All those changes, they test our education and training systems, and they test them faster than we have seen before. And hence policy initiatives such like the Union of Skills that was presented and adopted last week as one of the 100-year initiatives of the new European Commission really aims to equip and prepare all people, all learners, from young to the adults to the seniors for what is coming and of course also what is here and now. And I think all of us in the field of education and training really know this, how it feels in a way, this uncertainty. And at the same time, we have the responsibility of people. So I believe it is in this terrain that the whole, and I now yesterday saw that the word movement is being used, the movement that has in a way gotten created through the Centers of Vocational Excellence and more broadly the internationalization of vocational excellence, can really play an important role in shaping the way we look at our education and training systems. Some of you who've been in these events before may have heard me saying, and I repeat it gladly, that as someone in the field for several decades, I would not have believed, and I believe there are many in the room who can join me, if someone had told 10 years ago that the bottom-up movement meets the strategic level in the vocational education and training from the sort of globalization, internationalization point of view. That we are here sharing experiences, but really in a structured way, and the Centers of Vocational Excellence take that role in a strategic sense. So let me say I'm very proud of all the work achieved by people in this room and beyond, and really all the support that all of you have given to this change. It can be really fundamental in the middle of what we need to sort out both geopolitically and with all the trends I listed, from twin transition to the aging and demographic changes. So I understand yesterday was quite a deep dive already for the different elements of the vocational excellence, so the COVES, and the setting of the scene, hearing experiences from different places, Moldova, Jordan, France. Luckily, I know the people who've been here, so I trust they gave very excellent insights and started the day focusing towards the deliverables then of the internationalization of vocational excellence project that has been taking place. There is, of course, now the e-library that I must say I personally really was quite impressed when I saw, with the 380 resources covering the different areas of vocational excellence. The 2 knowledge packages focusing on working in partnership. You explored the brand new, and I have it in my book back as well, the cookbook on vocational excellence during the workshops yesterday, which I hope will be really a good way also to exchange ideas and good practices. You get a taster of the first Vocational Excellence Winter Camp that we, of course, expect you to apply next year. Or next one, I'm also hearing that someone wants to have a summer camp, so remember that there, of course, also needs to be permit for things. But colleagues came definitely excited home also from the first winter camp. You also had yesterday what we can learn from the self-assessment data that has been collected through the NSAT first and now through the ISAT-Gov. So I would really like to stress here the importance of the ISAT-Gov that many of us have first seen as a sort of intermaking and then now really as a tool that will develop in years to come an enormous amount of intelligence that will help COVES to develop. So by using that, we help ourselves to develop, and that I think is very important. So that's where it's so important, critical, I would say, for the future, that the ISAT-Gov is now being used and adjusted to the needs of the VET systems globally and to the needs of the Union of Skills at the European level. And of course, yesterday the day was closed with a reflection on the concepts of excellence and inclusion. We've been very strict on this from the start. There cannot be excellence without inclusion. And I can say I also personally, as an educator, believe on this very strongly and have seen my statistics. So now, after listening exhaustively, I believe, what was there yesterday, let's come today. So in this second day, we will look forward and involve you more in the discussion of the vocational excellence. As you need several partners to become a COVE, we achieve most with the support services developed by the Interweb by working really together with different organizations. And different organizations really means not a thick in the box, but a very real sense working together, co-creating, co-working. So we will therefore today hear perspectives from the VET4 EU2 partners. And I have really the list of all of you here, but with the risk of perhaps forgetting something, I'm not going to list them all. You will have them on the stage. But VET4 EU2 partners, great partners really there. We will have on stage also input from our important international partners who work on the vocational excellence. So that's ILO, UNESCO, UNEVOC, ENABEL, the German Federal Ministry of Education and Research, and the Community of Practices of COVES. And of course, we will hear of the EU developments. As said, the Union of Skills was adopted only last week. And so you will be really privileged, I think, to hear directly from the Directorate of Employment, Social Affairs and Inclusion about the real implications of that policy, the Union of Skills. Minding you that really it was among Ursula von der Leyen's colleges one of the flagship 100-day initiatives. And we will close today celebrating the vocational excellence with the awards ceremony. At ETF, we've, I think, seen the power of different awards. We also do them, for instance, in the screen skills. And so the recognizing vocational education and training excellence is really important here. And this will, of course, be more than a celebration. It's really an appreciation of the commitments, and it should support the continuous drive of all of us. We need to improve the attractiveness of WET, and that is always, of course, shaped by when recognizing, giving recognition for the commitments and what has been already achieved. So, dear friends, it's very nice if you wanted to give an applause and kick me out, but don't do it as yet. To close. Paradigm shift in the geopolitics was, of course, entirely clear in the Brussels last week, and these weeks there is no way to say that it wouldn't be there. No one really knows what is exactly the next geopolitical paradigm. And I think that's why it's quite enjoyable, or should feel important for you all to work on one hand on the grassroots level and really on the real substance. And that's why I will close my opening with a short poem and then a call for action. This is actually not a poem, it's from a scientist, but I find it's for this audience. So think about yourself when listening. Never doubt that a small group of thoughtful, committed citizens can change the world. It is the only thing that actually ever has. And this comes from Margaret Mead, and it's written in a quite complex geopolitical time several decades ago. And perhaps we are a little bit in a similar moment as we speak. And the call for action is from my so-called boss in Brussels, who always says, at the end of the day, what matters is what you do today. So welcome for today, the second day of this conference.
Okay, so thank you for the applause at the end. We got the final applause. Before we start with the following session, I just had a request from one of our partner countries present today, which is Georgia. And in fact, I didn't inform Yorgos in advance. Aiuto, paura. So, this is a QR code. Which I will put it there later, which actually is for a call of application for speakers for a conference that actually will happen. Started last year, we had during the autumn the first edition, and it was done in Georgia, and it's about professional development of teachers overall within the overarching vocational education and training. If you want to participate as a speaker, Leila from Georgia, Leila, raise your hands. She just told me, if you want more information, go and talk to Leila. Whatever speakers want to apply, Leila thought that is a really good audience, actually, for you to apply. And I think Yorgos and I and Doriana and Yolina are super happy about the fact that we are generating some spin-off. You know, like in Netflix, you have a very good series and then you have a spin-off. And this is a kind of spin-off from all our work together. So go to Leila, apply if you want to be a speaker, if you want to share your experience. And also the good news is that all expenses will be actually funded by the organization. And that's it for the advert moment. And now we go back to our event, and I call Doriana Monteleone, a colleague and also a friend, to actually facilitate the session, and I will be with you.
Thank you, Simona. Good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure for me to welcome you all to this important session on international collaboration and working in partnership. International collaboration plays an important role in today's interconnected world, facilitating knowledge transfers and capacity building, allowing that institution to access state-of-the-art technology and resources that may not be available within their own borders. We believe that cultural competence and global awareness are essential skills for VET students to address the complexity of the labor market. Today, we want to shed a light on challenges and opportunities for internationalizing vocational excellence, taking advantage of 4 European associations of VET providers and 2 higher education associations. So please allow me to call on stage our guest. Theodore Grassos, Secretary General of the European Associations of Institutes for Vocational Training, EVBB. Adriana Odak, Board Member of the European Providers for Vocational Education and Training, EU Provet. Giulia Meschino, Secretary General of the European Vocational Training Association, EVTA. Paolo Nardi, Secretary General of the European Vocational Training European Forum of it's complex, Paolo, sorry. European Forum of Technical and Vocational Education and Training, EFVET. Ulla Preden, Rector of Tartu Applied Health Science University in Estonia and Board Member of the European Association for the Applied Science in Higher Education, EURASCE. Finally, Carmo Royo, Executive Director of the European University Continuing Education Network, UCAN. These 6 associations, welcome first of all, thank you. These 6 associations work together under the umbrella of the VET4EU2 platform, joining forces for a common goal, advancing VET in Europe and beyond. All the 6 associations work together to improve the quality and efficiency of VET, promoting excellence and foster collaboration and the sharing of good practice. Their collaboration, I'm looking at Andrea now, proved so successful that they led to the establishment of the platform of the EU Associations of VET Providers, an expert group created by DG Employment for consultation. So from this brief introduction, you can understand that our guests will provide valuable insight today. So let's begin with the first question. Paolo, the first question is for you. EFVET represents over 1,500 VET institutions. I would like to ask you, from your experience with COVES, what are the main challenges they are facing in terms of support services to build partnerships?
Okay. Thank you very much for this panel and for organizing this conference. I would use just one concept, knowledge sharing, to answer your question. Knowledge sharing. When you started this project and you involved us, I remember one of the first focus groups with Yorgos and Doriana, one of our members trying to answer, what do you need to build partnerships? This member of ours said to put order in the chaos. There are million projects, billion project results, deliverables, websites. We need to put order in the chaos. What we need to answer the question is knowledge sharing, empower knowledge sharing. What does it mean? Knowledge. We need to help to understand who is doing what. As a center of excellence, it's important to know if I'm working on inclusion or technology-enhanced learning or water, sustainability, who is doing something similar that I can involve? Or if you are not a center of excellence and you want to learn more about these topics, where may I find someone who can mentor, who can be an inspiration for me? So who is doing what is crucial. And but not only how you're doing that. Probably it's time now not just to share best practices. I really like the cookbook. The idea that it's not just I show you a best practice, so get envy now. But I give you the instructions how we do this. Step 1, step 2, step 3, so that I can understand from outside to what extent I can import, transfer that practice. So knowledge sharing. I really like what you are doing, what we are doing in terms of the e-library, the catalog that Giulia introduced yesterday. We need a place, time, and space where this knowledge can be shared, a clear place. The e-library, the cookbook, the catalog, opportunities like the winter camp. These are all opportunities to share this knowledge. So basically, what we need, knowledge sharing, and I think we are on a good way.
Thank you, Paolo, and thank you for mentioning the consultation panel and the steering group that actually drove the development of our project. Applause for Paolo, please. Now, Giulia, this is for you. EFTA has a solid experience in facilitating the relationship between different stakeholders in the field of VET. What message would you convey to COVES outside the EU to persuade them to form a partnership?
Thank you, Doriana, and good morning to everyone. Yeah, that's a very interesting question for me. Imagine a future where vocational education isn't just about training workers, but it's about shaping the citizens of the future. It's about building a globally connected, innovative, and future-proof workforce. So in this context, we saw that cooperation, collaboration within Europe, but also outside of Europe, is extremely important and is a key, and is key for the success. So what I would like to vouch here for strengthening the cooperation between Europe and other countries outside of Europe is actually linked to three main, let's say, points that I was thinking about. First of all, Europe has many diverse vocational systems. So the motto of the European Union is united in diversity. So you know that here in Europe you can find so many different systems, and there will be for sure one that applies to your case. Engaging with with countries that are similar to you and that can allow you to share practices, to co-design and build together future success, that will be for sure one of the advantages of cooperating with European COVES. Another important item is the fact that the European Union of Skills has been launched last week, as the director Pilvi Torsi mentioned before, and one of the main topics in the European Union of Skills is skills portability. To allow skills portability, we need definitely to cooperate with each other, because it would not be possible if something is developed at the top level without engaging with the ground level and without understanding exactly what are the barriers, the obstacles that are not allowing skills portability. And this is also something that through cooperating in the framework of Centers of Vocational Excellence can be achieved. And the third point that I want to raise, I mean, you saw the outcomes of the winter camp. You saw how nice it is to cooperate. Let's build this global alliance for skills. Let's be all together, cooperating together in the framework of Centers of Vocational Excellence, because this is going to be the success for our future in Europe, but also outside of Europe. We live in a global world, so we need to go outside of our comfort zones. We need to drop the barriers and to collaborate more and more. So these are more or less my messages, and I'm pretty sure that everyone here agrees about the fact that this very nice network that we have created through the Centers of Vocational Excellence is something that has developed not only cooperation but also friendship. So in the framework of friendship, trust is also very important, and I think that we are on the very good path to enhance and to develop more and more our excellence at a global level, not only in Europe. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Giulia. Let's explore now the higher education's role in supporting excellence. Carme, UCAN mission is to inspire lifelong learning. My question for you is, from your perspective, how can we promote excellence in the higher VET?
So thank you very much, Doriana, for inviting me and for this question, which I think is quite relevant for, and I can give our perspective from the UCAN I'm sure that Ulla could actually also contribute to that, but let's see if you agree with me. And I think that higher education has in their D&I objective to achieve higher quality and excellency. The question is, do we actually achieve it, and do we actually maintain it? Because it's so complicated anyway. And if you are a university that want to look into the future, not into the past, there are things that have to be changed, updated, to maintain the excellency. So there are a number of points. I collected 6 points that I would say that higher education should look at if they want to make sure that the excellency is in their portfolio. So I think that higher education needs to keep up with innovation. It needs to be there in the forward, at the front, embedding all the innovation technology that is available in nowadays. Then they have to be conscientious about staff training. And for higher education, it's not so easy to do that because we have senior professors and very experienced people that sometimes they think they don't need training, so it's a real fight to do that kind of approach. Also, there is this imperial need of review and update of curricula. It needs to be completely updated and real with the needs that we have now, not 20 or 50 years ago. And it's very important to strengthen and supporting work-based learning and apprenticeship programs that are very costly and very challenging for universities, but they give very high results if we are talking about VET, higher education VET. And then the implementation of technology, new technology, that sometimes higher education models for funding don't support this, so the universities need to do an effort there to bring it into their institutions. And the co-creation and a strong collaboration with local, regional, but also international bodies, because that would bring to higher education a lot of connection to close developments in specific sectors. And maybe when we are talking about international connections, it brings knowledge about sectors that are not so real in that region or in that city. So it's very important to be connected to that. And the last, but not the least at all, especially for UCAN, is a very important point, is the embedding, facilitating, and promoting diversity and inclusion. That is crucial. And from our association, that is a point that we also always say: flexibility, being open to minorities and everything.
Thank you, Carmen, very much. I will take one word from your answer, which is integration, and then I pass to Hulle. One of Eurasia's objectives is to facilitate multi-stakeholders cooperation. So what I'm asking to you is, how can we VET and professional higher education be more effectively integrated in the regional education ecosystem?
Yeah, thank you, and good morning from me as well. And for universities of applied sciences, regional impact, being in different regions is really important, and that is shown also by our this year's annual conference. Actually is about regional competitiveness, and the idea behind is that usually, like also vet schools, but also universities of applied sciences, they are more outside of bigger cities. Usually they are more divided, and so it means they are very close to their employers or people in the field. And how to make it even bigger, or how to have a bigger impact, I think it's very important to understand and keep in mind. What is behind it. It's that we are stronger when we do not leave behind any place. It's usually like, I think it's quite common that we understand that there are a lot of ways like smart cities and doing something in the cities very innovative, but we should have smart villages and also all the economy or me, like representing health sciences university, when you want to have really good people everywhere, like not just working there, but living also everywhere. So this is where you have to keep this in mind and keep it in balance. And it is really important to have this regional balance in every type of education. And I make very concrete example because I come from Tartu Applied Health Sciences University, and it's usually, like you call it university, it's like thought it's only higher professional education, but no, we have actually levels 4, 5, up to 7. So it means a whole range of different education, and I would really like to speak up, like when we think about excellence in skills, not only excellence in vocation, but also excellence in skills, it's in every level what we can imagine, and we have to keep in mind that we wouldn't build up these barriers. We wouldn't build up barriers in education, we wouldn't build up these in regions, and so in that sense I would say driving the change, this is the responsibility of educational institutions. It doesn't matter what's the name. You should basically cooperate in different levels, and of course, sometimes it's easier, sometimes it's harder, it's like always. But if you have this mission, if you have the vision and the goal, you know why you are doing it. So for example, our campus is in Tartu, so in the middle of Estonia, it's not in the capital, but we have study groups in Eastern Estonia, middle of Estonia, Southern Estonia, at the capital of Estonia, because they all need these fields what we have. If it would be only in Tartu, so people would move to our city and they would be close to these employers, but the employers are, or the knowledge or the skills in the field of health sciences are important everywhere. So you can take whatever institution, it's like, I think it's comparable. So this is where you can build up much stronger region with very good cooperation. And the other is that really we shouldn't see the barriers between different type of institutions, and we should concentrate during this union of skills really to all type of education in different levels. And I think professional higher education is somehow in very comfortable zone in both. I mean, we don't exclude vocational, and we really appreciate higher education. That's it. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Ulla. Thank you very much. Let's move on with the concept of international cooperation. Adriana, this is for you. You have been involved in numerous projects bringing different actors to work together. What is the benefit of cooperation between EU and non-EU COVES?
I mean, so many benefits. I will just continue, or very similar to stories as Paolo mentioned and Julia mentioned. I'm just thinking about, let's say, about winter campers, right? And I see immediately a number of benefits. I see all the people here at your conferences that we meet actually regularly, I mean, at least quite often. And there are so many benefits. I could really count days for days. And but first of all, before coming some other things, it's so it's about enhancing. First of all, I see about enhancing the VET standards and also the standards of vocational excellence. So just when listening yesterday, we were listening so many different examples. So from EU, from non-EU countries, and we always listen to each other. So what we do, why we do, how we do. And it's very important that at a certain point we are able to harmonize these standards, which is very important actually. That's the background to continue the story. Then it's about, this can lead also to the recognition of the VET qualifications, because we are talking about the migration of the working force, which is also the background. Then it's about the benefits, it's about the mobility of teachers, mobility of learners. Can you imagine? It's really a richness of the resources, of the knowledge, of the expertise we learn everywhere. And I think it's very important that when thinking about EU or non-EU countries, that we never underestimate individual countries. There is always something you can learn from, because we should not forget that we come from different backgrounds, we have different conditions, but we can always, share so many things because there are people in the background, not the conditions. Then it's about capacity building, which was already mentioned. Within capacity building, we also opened access to different fundings, which are very interested for the cause. So it's not only within EU, they're also in other organizations as well. Or then it's about solving the problems together. Now we have global problems. Okay, it's digitalization, but I think that's more severe problem for us. It's now the two that I know, which the first one is the climate change consequences. So we cannot deal this by ourselves. It's about our common planet. And another thing, it's about the situation that was mentioned at the beginning also by your director. And because I think that the 3 minutes are already passed away, I don't know.
No, you still have 1 minute.
Oh, I still have 1 minute. I thought that I will need to close my eyes and breathe. I learned. It's true. It's true. Yeah. I was learning. Anyway, and it's about also, so when we are sending our students for mobility, it's also about work-based learning. So it means that we are preparing the future workforce to be able to work together, to coexist together, in very different countries of the world. And it's also about innovation, which was mentioned before. So we create together maker spaces, incubators, because we have the same ambition, to develop in, let's say, technology or to solve, as I said before, the sustainability issues. It doesn't matter if there are continents different. Also in Africa, we are actually collaborating together in the field of artificial intelligence, and that's really very important for us. But most of all, to conclude this, I think it was already mentioned before, it's about respect. It's about respecting each other. It's about diversity, learning different cultures, learning different languages, and most of all, because we need and we want to coexist together on the same place, on the same planet. And I think that this is the biggest benefit that we have together. So it's about the relations and the friendship.
Thank you very much, Adriana. Last question is for AVBB. Theodore, Erasmus Plus offers manifold benefits for VET providers. Our question for you focuses on Erasmus Plus' role in fostering international cooperation. According to the VET providers' perspective, how Erasmus Plus supports the collaboration between EU and non-EU centers of vocational excellence?
Thank you very much. So first of all, I have a comment. Okay. Yesterday there was 1 bell, today you have 3. Are you afraid that we will talk too much or
no,
what?
Habibi.
Okay.
I had already, those are the 3 levels.
Okay.
Soft, medium.
You will use them all with me. And then because I'm the last one, I don't know, do we still have the audience with us? Please an applause so that we know that you are still alive. Thank you. So
you
colleagues,
spent already 50 seconds.
So colleagues, I would like to start my intervention by stating that at this moment, I don't know if you knew it, Europe is actually the largest donor worldwide when it comes to education. Most of us do not know it. We are the largest donor when it comes to education worldwide. And now think about that under the perspective of the cuts I was discussing with my colleagues, members from Palestine, from Georgia yesterday, about the cuts and the consequences of what Musk is doing at the moment in the US. You don't have US aid anymore. So the only instruments for education in order to bring cultures and people together at the moment are the funds that the European Union is providing, among other, of course. But taking into consideration that we are the largest donors, this is very important, and we should work on that. And by saying that, we have the Erasmus instruments. Then at the moment we are discussing what are we going to do with that, where we should focus into strengthening it even more. Because wars are also cultural wars, and the only way to preserve the social model of the European Union is through education. So discussing even to shorten 1 billion euros of this program has consequences on the position of the European Union worldwide. Did you know that 20% of the available budget for mobilities annually is for you, colleagues, for us to visit your countries outside the European Union? Most of us don't know it, and we should use it. On the other side, we do have annually about 150 million euros spending on capacity building for higher education and for VET. And this has only brought us together, this has only brought us closer, and then we have clauses that, in our opinion, should be incorporated here. Applications should include VET schools, because we see applications without even one member being a VET school, and it's for capacity building for VET. So there are funding opportunities, we use them. We have wonderful collaborations with partners from Georgia, as we said, from Palestine, with Egypt, even with China. And we should focus, now that we are discussing about the next multi-annual framework period, how are we going to spend wisely this money? And it should go to education. So this would be my interference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Theodore. You said it time, by the way.
No, you didn't.
Yeah. I would like to express my gratitude to our guest for their inspirational contribution, but it's not done, because I would like to conclude this roundtable with a final question, kindly asking you to respond concisely. In one word, which factor will enhance VET excellence in the near future? One word.
Okay, I can give you 3 words, Carmen. Carmen, 3 words?
Okay. I can take
5.
challenge,
5. Okay, deal. 5.
I'm very demanding. No, I thought agile, more agile, innovative, and interconnected educational systems.
I have to lead the change.
Oh, I have 6.
Okay, on average is 5. Go.
What Pilvi said this morning, a bottom-up approach in a structured way. The way we are working together is the way.
Oh, that's more.
This is the interpretation of expert of one word.
I'm a good student, so I will do it with 1. For me, it's trust, as I said before.
Bravo.
Policy support and open-minded people. Okay, now we were focusing on this thing.
Say it again, Adriana.
Adriana.
It's policy support and open-minded people.
I would say common understanding between the two sides.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Because you say something different today. No? Okay. So thank you very much. Stay there. An applause, please, for our speakers. And now it's time to hear the voice of our audience. Simona?
Allora, first, before the exercise, I just want to tell you that, you might have noticed from yesterday that you have all these pieces of Lego, right? Some of you already started with some little architecture. I didn't tell you anything yesterday in purpose because I wanted to see your creativity. So, not now that you have to work, but later, before the end of our morning together, create something super nice, and you might get a prize. You might, that's nice. I'm sure you can do more. You can do more. So, now, I think that we all agree on the fact that we had wonderful 6 speakers, actually. And I want to thank Doriana for clashing the microphone, but also for preparing this session very well. Because it's not easy to have 6 people on stage in a panel and still having the audience attentive as you were. So good to you and good to you both. You have a yellow A4 paper in all your tables. Since I guess there will be many questions or comments, and since we want to be structured, and we trust you, I was trying to use some of the words. So take 5 minutes within your table group. So be with me now. Are you with me? Okay, so take 5 minutes within your table and come up with one question or one comment by table to our speakers. And please write it down here with your markers. Now you might ask yourself, why shall I write down? Because if you write down, the question will be very short. And also the comment. And this is why we put the markers. So, oh, ma cos'è sto casino? Allora, so, I give you from now, don't escape, 5 minutes, okay? It's all clear? Is the task clear? 5 minutes, you discuss together and you come up with one comment or one question by table, okay? 5 minutes from now. Don't be so excited about this assignment. Go from now, even you, eh?
Facciamo pure servizio fotografico.
No, ci sono le ossa.
Ci sono i 5.
In the name of love. Presenti in Sanremo. Allora. Voila. So, voila, voila. So let me see. Bravi, bravi, bravi. Allora, we have the hostesses. Who wants to start? Okay, then please buzzer first. The hostesses. It can be a question or a comment, and if it's for someone specific, just mention it. Okay, thank you.
Who wants to reply, eh?
Is it okay now? So this is a question for all of you in no order of preference in answering. So what is the greatest obstacle you have faced within your organization regarding VET and how you have solved it? And you have to use only 2 sentences, one for the obstacle and one for the solution, and keep it short in answering.
Excuse me, but they are copying.
Yes. Thank you.
Do you want her to repeat the question or is clear? Yes, in 2
In
4
VET.
words. Who wants to reply?
Well, I can start. And I will focus mainly on the aspect of the points I raised before. The main obstacle we have is when it comes to funding. And I will be very honest about it. What we feel at the vet sector is that when you compare us to the higher education sector, although we are discussing about upskilling and reskilling, we get only partially of the funds that are diverted to the higher education institutes. That doesn't mean, and this is the challenge, that we should reduce the funding of the higher education because they also need. We should raise the funding for VET. So the main obstacle is that despite the fact that we are discussing about upskilling, reskilling, and union of skills.
The network itself, because we are network organizations and I represent one of those. One of the biggest obstacles in our organization is that our members are very different. We represent VET providers.
Because we have in any case 11 tables still.
Yeah, no, very, very quick challenge. We said several times, VET first choice. How we try to achieve this, what Theodore said, what Julia was mentioning, what is important is the collaboration with the institutions. If we work together, we can achieve these results of VET as a first choice. Without collaboration, it will be, of course, not an easy battle to win.
Okay, one word from the academia, one word.
I really need, I tried to say it before, but maybe not so clear. Like, we make barriers, VET, and then always professional higher education is somewhere in between. It's not higher education and it's not VET. And with all the programs and all the understanding or being even a partner, you never know where you are. I should think that also in European level, we should more think about like either the subject or the field or what we need. Skills sometimes are needed in higher, but sometimes they are needed on VET level. So more content-related, seeing what we actually need and what we actually funding. Otherwise, we make even bigger barriers. We always think somebody's there, and we don't try to connect. I don't know why.
Okay, so, buzzer.
Wow. Thanks. Here's a question on our table. I'm waiting for the cameraman. Hi to my French colleagues. How can project design the future of VAT policy, please? Do we need to reply?
How can project design...
How can project design the future of VAT policy? Sorry, it's what we came up here with the table. with Giorgio Spilvi and Andrea.
It was a difficult table, by the way.
Who wants to, so how project can design the future of vet policy? Can a project design the future of a vet policy? Who wants to take it? 3, 2, 1.
Adriana?
Adriana. Adriana, you take. Adriana, 1 minute.
Oh, yeah.
I'm generous.
Okay. So how can a project design, the policy, right? Yeah, inspire. Yeah, they can, especially the projects in the vocational excellence. That's definitely. And we face very often the problems that when we try to negotiate with our policies, they don't open the hands actually to accept our arguments. So it's a lot of work. It's invested in negotiating with the policy to accept the results, or maybe to integrate the results with really very good arguments integrate into the vet system. And I think it should be really considered more, especially the results of the projects of vocational excellence, because they are really, they are touching the system, not only just small parts of the education.
Applausi. Okay.
Okay. Good morning. You are talking about trust collaboration, but are you already collaborate each other? And I have another question. If is it yes, how we as a private institute, vet center, vet school got involved in this project or in this collaboration?
Is the question clear? Can I read it? Aiuto, allora aspetta. Trust, first there is a kind of reflection, right? Trust, collaboration, but do you already collaborate each other? First, and the reply is yes. Okay, done. Voila, all together, evviva. If it's yes, how we as a private institution can get involved, right? We, them. So how actually, I think that the way you, if I understand correctly, the way you cooperate together, how this can be replicated and scaled up, involving also the private bodies? Was that the question?
Yes.
Is it clear? Who wants to take it? Carmen?
Yeah, I think that the 6 associations were selected by the Commission and put together and said, you work together because you are doing similar things, and it's the same, different level, but the same thing. So work together, and we are quite structured, not as much as we wanted maybe, because lack of funds always, but we work together, we meet regularly. So you want to be part of things that we do, please get in touch with us. You want to imitate things that we do in your countries, get a structure, appoint people from different levels, from different sectors, and talk and organize yourselves. But I know it's not easy. So you need to have a little bit of a drive and a little bit of, and if you need consultation, get in touch with us and we'll help maybe to get yourself organized and give you some ideas. I don't know.
Thank you so much. Thank you. So.
Yes, Max. So actually we have 2 questions, but they are connected. But it was a very nice brainstorming session with the team, so we couldn't keep only one. So first of all, we'd like to learn more about the role of partnerships in elevating excellence. And second, how can excellence unify VET in Europe? And how can this project the European education area in VET?
Voilà. Is the first one clear? Soteria, can you... It was clear? No.
Allora, what is the role of partnership in elevating excellence?
What is the
role of partnership in elevating excellence? Ecco, now I'm in trouble myself. Okay, Pedro, help me.
Yes, in partnerships between training institutions and let's say this ecosystem of education and training that you were mentioning, and actually industry, the employers, where a lot of learning happens. So I would like to hear more, because during the panel you talked about a lot of things, but this didn't come through fully, so I think it would be good to hear a bit more.
what I think is interesting in the program of the Center of Excellence that should be supported, still supported, is that they promote existing centers of excellence, where the partnership is the condition for excellence. Yesterday, someone, I don't remember who, basically, was talking about Marievi, the knowledge triangle. It's the opportunity for excellence. So when it comes to the project of the Center of Excellence, it's the recognition of an existing excellence, and the excellence is based on the presence of an ecosystemic approach. This is, I think, an interesting way to show that if we want to have excellence, we need to act in partnership, where every partner of this ecosystem, the company, the vet center, the people, the community, the research university, research centers, everybody play a key role with different responsibilities, but without one another, it's more difficult to get excellence. So partnership, what is the role? It's the only possibility, I think, to have a real excellence in the ecosystem.
Okay, can we quickly reply to the second question? We still have 8 tables to go.
How can excellence unify VET in Europe? I think this is already happening. It's happening, I don't know, through the community of COPs, it's happening through associations. So there have been a lot of discussions. It's happening through the NN network, through ISAT-COVE now, I mean, with all these collaborations. So this is already happening. And I'm very happy that this is happening because we found out, all of us, that we have very similar challenges, also in the level of the policy and integration that we said before. So that's already happening.
Can I disagree with that? Sorry. Yes. Yes. Sorry, I will be a little bit more critic on that. As long as I can be a plumber in Greece and need special permissions in order to be a plumber in any other country in the European Union, while if I'm a surgeon in Greece, I can operate immediately in any other country of the European Union, I'm sorry, that is not united in the European Union. As long as we don't have joint qualifications, even though 85% of the training curricula are the same across the countries, and it's not me who is saying that, studies are saying that, and we are not allowed to do our job, our work, our handwork, acknowledged and validated in any other country of the European Union, we still have a problem. I think that the union of skills with the joint qualifications that we are promoting now are the key. And we should. Why did higher education succeed in that case? Because we have the Bologna process with a secretariat that every year gets funded. The Osnabrück Declaration was not associated with the secretariat and with permanent funding. And this resulted, in our opinion, as vet associations, to the result that, unfortunately, we still have a fragmented vet system where, as I said, I cannot be a plumber anywhere. Thank you.
Thank you so much. This is a very important reflection. So, Basil?
Thank you. We would like to reflect to Julia's mentioning comfort zone. We've been discussing here professionally. I'm going through the process of changing my career, and I'm going out of comfort zone because I feel urged to change something to be more productive, to be more excelling. So I would just like others in audience, or maybe Julia, to elaborate a little bit. What did you think mentioning leaving the comfort zone? Is it really a key to the success and to the vocational education excellence? Actually, my table agrees, but we would like to hear a little bit detailed elaboration. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Daniela, for this question. Well, going outside of the comfort zone is something that has always paid off. If we look back at the history, every great success story in history has always been someone that decided to go out of the comfort zone. In this specific context is about having the courage to look outside. What is outside? what I can learn from someone else, what I can learn from other countries, and also maybe moving and going and visit. We insist a lot with this story of the catalog. It's been something that we have thought about many, many years ago, because we really see the added value of giving real live opportunities to people. We did it with trainers, with teachers and trainers in the past, moving more than 200 teachers and trainers in a framework of a project, giving them the opportunity to meet with their peers, to exchange. And this has paid off because they are usually the less exposed to the international context. And thanks to these opportunities, they had a concrete opportunity, sorry if I repeat myself, to engage with their peers from other countries and to learn. Simona, you're putting a lot but we have 12 tables and people are awake. In fact, I'm here, Theodora, don't tell my bell. But yeah, we can maybe elaborate more during the coffee break if you want. Okay, but...
Yesterday we had chance to have Yerlin and Fabio, and so great cooks. And therefore, I want to ask our panelists, what can be the most important ingredient to make our course sustainable? For example, Theodor mentioned how important is European Union in terms of education, how much European Union is investing, and to use effectively those resources, how to make it sustainable? What can be the main aspects? Thank you.
Who is taking the question? Paolo?
I would say to keep investing in the support service to ETF, to be honest, because what we need as covers is to have the possibility to create contacts, create a market, to exploit our results in a vast market, in a vast group of stakeholders. And this is what we are doing right now with this project. So this is an important, crucial support to sustain the future of the covers.
Thank you so much, Paolo.
Yes, question. After 21 years, Maastricht Copenhagen process, is that a first choice now?
This is a question for $1 billion, but who wants to take it? Thanks God I'm not in the panel.
Well, let's keep on the previous mentioning.
So Theodore, you are the one taking it.
I'm sure that James is behind that question, and I would like to thank him for that.
It's James' table, in fact.
Yeah. Well, it is unfortunately not, although it should be. It should be a choice that we make and not others make for us. In example, we do have a study in Greece that a lot of university graduates return to vet in order to actually do what they like, which means that their families have forced them to go to the university and then they go back to do what actually they like. And I do believe that, as I said, after Osnabrück and including also the Copenhagen process...
Theodore, speak up a bit more.
We did not succeed to create the union of skills that we actually wanted. And we believe that right now the new policy and the new document that will be also explained hopefully later is going to show us the new way that we didn't take the path in these years back, and that in the future we will be able to not make that the first choice. It should be a choice among many. It should be a choice. If I want to go to the university and be a lawyer, it should be a choice. Being a plumber should be a choice. But I should be able to make the choice at the right time, and not when I'm 25, 28, or 30 years old, when I realize that actually I'm unemployed and I've lost 8 years of studying or 10 years of studying in order then to go back and do what I really like. So that would be my contribution. Thank you.
And our next question, how do you think the language or if any digital barriers can be tackled in the way for internationalization? Thank you.
Who is going to take it?
I can, yeah, no. It's like, yeah, actually, we have talked a lot about that because usually in the field of healthcare, the language is very important. I mean, like even to cooperate, you have to know the language, local language, usually when you're not English or German language country. And what has come up also with like the digitalization, I think it's more or less the training, but with language, I think it will be artificial intelligence helping more than today. In the end, we need it because then we will be more open, and at least in Estonia, where I come from, it's a very big topic because Estonia is not very well known, Estonian language as itself. So it means there are probably not so many people who will learn it. And I think all the countries who are small can relate to that. So I think there are possibilities with technology evolving. Of course, we have to have the skills. And I wanted to add, I think it's the excellence for skills in education. It's really, it should be already from the primary level. It's like what you said, it's not somewhere in the end when you're adult and then you decide what you will do, but you have to understand it earlier. Thanks.
And in fact, you know, if I can add something, also if a facilitator shouldn't say this, but actually as a pedagogist, you know, in education, we always say the sooner is the better. So I couldn't agree more. I'm sorry, now I go back to facilitation. Okay, so here you don't have the buzzer. No, aspetta, Eccoli. Okay.
Okay, so good morning. We just have a question for Mr. Paolo Nardi. And he was speaking about a bottom-up approach. And we wanted to ask him to elaborate on this. So what does he intend? I mean, is it inside the school? So to the bottom are the teachers or the students? Or is it considering the whole vets who are the bottom and to scale up to Europe, I think?
Thank you for the question. I'm a big supporter of the bottom-up approaches in general. So talking about the ecosystem, I have not a theory, but a concrete example. In the advisory board of this project, we are together sitting with the same dignity. ETF, the vet providers, UNESCO UNEVOC, CEDEFOP, the European Commission, the COP-COVE, the Community of Practice of the Center of Excellence. We are developing together this project. Different responsibilities, but we are developing it together, and I think that we are doing a remarkable job. You will say if it's a wonderful or it needs to be improved, but I think it's really an added value. And this is, for me, a very clear example of a bottom-up approach in a structured way, with ETF in this moment, but can be in different contexts, other organizations leading, organizing the work. At educational level, I think that always at the center, we should have, it's easy to say the learner at the center, I agree with that, but at the center is always the relationship between the learner and the trainer. Based on this, we should build training approaches, managerial approaches, leadership approaches. But this is for another conference.
Okay, good. We still have 2 tables, right? And 2 minutes. Oh, mamma mia. Okay, allora, buzzer.
2 questions.
You have 2 questions?
Choose one.
Oh, myself? No, you choose yourself.
This one, for instance. I would like to ask the table how to adopt the trainings in new technologies in different countries and with different backgrounds, and how to do that.
Not all together, reply, please. You didn't hear, so I can't...
Sorry, should I repeat? Okay. How to adapt the trainers in new technologies but in different countries with different backgrounds, different context. I mean, in Europe, in Africa, in other countries, how to implement that.
1 minute, Theodore, really.
Oh God!
I'm sorry, it's more
How
the
can
coffee
you answer?
break.
Would you like 5 minutes instead of 1? I mean, sorry, it's impossible.
No,
anyway,
no, not possible.
I can give you a practical example. There was a pilot before the capacity building for that initiative, which was called SAM. It is the first pilot of mobilities between the European Union and Africa. There, we had exactly this challenge. How are we going to bring together vet students from Europe and Africa with the language barrier and the cultural barrier, and even, if you go and see the equipment in some countries, with an equipment barrier. So there has been a lot of remarkable work in order to prepare, to do preparatory meetings, where the teachers did first an expert mission to the countries. I visited, in example, Liberia. There we trained the teachers, they created a local community, and then this community virtually started to meet our students in Europe. When we came to the fact, after 3 years, that Europeans went to Africa, but most important, African students came to Europe. And they visited us, and I have to tell you, most of them, not all of them, 2 or 3 didn't, returned back in order to bring to the other students their experiences. So you can use the internet doing correct preparatory activities in order to bring them together. Sorry, it's more than 1 minute, I know, don't kill me. Eh?
Bravo, thank you. Last but not least table. Okay.
Thank you. I think all our questions are very similar, but the formulation of our question is how higher education and vocational education can benefit or cooperate with each other. What can be the benefit of this cooperation?
Yeah, the best actually is the quality of education in the end. Because, like I said, we have both programs, like in our institution, and this is why I'm like putting the influence to the content. We shouldn't like think what is important for the institution. Actually, for us, it's like how the learner will do in the end, in the future, how the field will do, like the employers or business or whatever. You have to combine it. So I think the quality of education when you work together, and I'm glad that there is so much communication, the quality of education, even with this excellence of skills, it's still quality of education. Then this cooperation is, yeah.
Have you finished? No, I was going to add only that the levels are different. We do different things in different ways, and we complement so well each other that is so important to listen what the other levels do, so you learn and you adapt and you prepare the path into higher education, and the other way around. They know what we do and how we can do it, so they can prepare learners for the next step upwards. So I think that that is what
Can I add? Do I have some time just to add very quickly? Yeah? Okay. So it's also, in our country, is very much increasing the collaboration between VET and higher VET, especially in the field of professional development of the teachers, and also in the field of looking for the solutions of the region, I mean to the challenges of the region. And I think that this has increased very much with the appearance of the emerging areas, whether it is technology, sustainability, or etc. So this is becoming a kind of almost must-be. What?
I just want to say something.
Sorry, but what is this anarchy?
No,
in the
why it's
panel?
better, this Center of Excellence of Vocational, than university, this goal basically for higher education. It's because it involves more partners. You have employers, you have local governments, you have higher education, vocation, and in my mind, it makes us in the end much stronger than cooperating only with higher education field. So I think it's really, I agree, it needs more money.
Yeah, just very quickly. No, super quickly. I
Anarchy,
assure-
total anarchy from the panel. They took the bell from me, they got the microphone without the total anarchy and applause. The total anarchy from the panel. Yalla! Okay,
No, just
last.
very quickly, I wanted to mention something that we came through very recently. Some colleagues from Catapult in the Netherlands told us about this experience where they put together students from VET and students from higher education. And at first, they were not competing, they were collaborating actually on some activities. At first, they were looking at each other in a very suspicious way, but at the end of the activity, they understood how much complementary they are. Because the students from higher education, they have the knowledge, the theoretical knowledge, but not the practical and technical, while the VET, they can complement with the technical knowledge. And this is, I think, the best example to summarize this cooperation.
Thank you. So, before we finish, I just pass the floor. Allora, voi basta, eh? Allora, I just pass the floor to my boss because, in fact, I'm obliged. I cannot not give him the floor.
Yeah.
So, Yorgos, some final words?
Thanks. No, I'm not her boss, by the way. But anyway, just on the question of Copenhagen process, I would like just to add a bit on that reflection. I think we can be a bit more positive about it. I mean, and the comparison with Bologna process, I think sometimes it doesn't do justice to the work developed. It's an intergovernmental process, first of all, which means that the quality of the process depends also on the governments that are part of it and the work that is done. It needs to be considered. Then it had many stops. Many stops. I mean, Bordeaux, Maastricht, Bruges, Riga, Osnabrück. The next one will be Herning. So coming up. So that gives an opportunity to reinstate the commitment and get things done. But I wanted to comment more on what we mean about future-proof policies, and because we use it a lot, we all use it, and we want future-proof policies. I understand it in two ways. That you either foresee changes, and I think there is space in that. The next declaration, picks up the point of artificial intelligence, for example, which was not so obvious in the Osnabrück Declaration. But also it allows space in the process itself for the things that we will not be able to foresee. And I think with the technological developments, many things we will not be able to foresee. And they will have an impact in jobs, in skills, in vet systems, and so on. I think the process itself, and I'm saying that on a positive way, has been allowed for this sort of space to, every few years, to look back, to see what is missed, what needs to be picked up, and so on. So I think there's space for improvement. I'm not saying the opposite, but of many tools we're using today for quality assurance, for qualifications, they have been developed or refined through this process. And I think there is merit in that. Thank you.
So thank you so much to our distinguished anarchic speakers and panelists, to all of you, to Yorgos. And actually, I have just, we now have the coffee break that will be reduced to 20 minutes, but I trust you. You can also bring back here croissant, whatever, in the room, and we start again at 11:20. Before you leave the room, I just have a few things to remind you as housekeeping. So, reimbursement forms. Please remember to fill it in case you didn't do it or you need any help. You can just go here at the registration desk where there is our contractor available to help and support you in this process. And if I understand correctly, the reimbursement will be done through the bank transfer. You should have all this information in the logistic note, but it's just a nice reminder. And those who didn't sign yet the attendance list, just do it. And now enjoy the coffee. Thank you so much to everyone. Hello, hello. Time to sit down, time to go back. We are quite late. So can we actually close the door? Who is in, who is out is out. Ok, grazie Joe. Ok, we're about to start. Can someone actually... Grazie, grazie. Our head of communication is closing the door. You see we are multitasking ETF. So, now it's done. Shh. Yorgos, floor is yours.
Thank you, Simona. So we move on with our program, and now we have the pleasure to have with us Andrea Lerust, and you heard from Andrea yesterday at the opening as well. She comes from DG Employment, from the European Commission. We've been lucky with these projects. Every year we had a representation from the Commission joining us. Last year we had the director, Manuela Geleng, joining us here, and this year we have Andrea joining us. So thank you for that. We know how busy the times are nowadays in Brussels, especially after the Union of Skills launched last week. So thank you for being with us, and if you want to come on stage, you have a presentation just to get things started. My question to you, Andrea, is, what sort of developments we need to have in mind and that you are leading as EU in the area of human capital development, skills, education and training and so on. So please, the floor is yours.
Many thanks. So yeah, indeed. So I will present the Union of Skills. There wasn't a title, also something on Erasmus. I will say a little word because the colleague from RCA is not here today. Yeah, so as you know, and it was said more than once, that the Union of Skills is one of the 3 initiatives that were presented by the Commission within the first 100 days. There was the Competitive Compass, the Clean Industrial Deal, and the Union of Skills. So this shows really the importance that the Commission attaches to this topic. It's also the Competitive Compass and the Clean Industrial Deal that referred to the skills and the urgent need to address this. And so the Union of Skills provides a holistic approach, and it brings together all elements. So it's actions, investment, governance, all together. It tries to break silos. It's already visible at the level of the European Commission. It's Commissioner EVP Vinzato, who is responsible for 2 DGs now, education and employment. And you will also see from the actions that it's also encompassing. It's not only in one area, it's really about the whole range of skills. And it reflects also this collective responsibility of all actors. Now, you will see also that it's partly on strengthening existing initiatives, like the COVES. You will see that it will appear more than once in the presentation, but then also new action where needed. So now a bit about the narrative. I don't need to tell you that we have skill shortages and gaps in Europe. And this means simply that we do not produce enough skilled workers, and at all levels. So it's about higher education graduates, and it's also about vet graduates. We have a problem with basic skills in Europe also. So basic skills means mathematics, reading, digital skills, especially. So if you look at the PISA results, so it compares the 15-year-olds, the results are declining, and so this is of course problematic because this is the foundation for everything. In vet specifically, we have 2/3 of the most widespread shortage of occupations are vet professions. So it's clearly that the demand for VET skills exceeds supply, and the same is true also for higher education. Now, the second point on the transformation speed gap, we know that the labor market needs are changing very fast, and our adaptation is a bit slow. The education systems lag behind because, of course, there's the technological developments that are going fast, and then there's also STEM skills shortages. Do you all know what STEM means? So this, yes, okay. For me, this was new when I joined. So there's a critical shortage in these STEM fields, and it also has an impact on SMEs. 4 out of 5 SMEs in Europe struggle to find workers with the necessary skills. And in Europe, the SMEs are the backbone of the economy. So there's a very high percentage of companies are small and medium-sized enterprises. And then, it was already said today, there is this fragmented governance. So skills, sometimes we say skills are like potatoes, they go with every meal. And so skills are key to every employer, every economic sector, and so the stakeholders are everywhere and the actions are everywhere, and it's all a bit fragmented. And then if you want to adapt to this rapid pace of change, and then you also need some skills intelligence. Of course, we have skills intelligence, and it's done a bit everywhere, but it's not so much in a coordinated approach. So it's about bringing it together. So, for the Union of Skills, 3 objectives, 1 at the level of the individual, 1 at the level of the companies, and 1 more from a macro perspective. At the level of the individuals, 1 objective is to ensure that everyone in Europe is empowered to build solid skills foundations and then engage in lifelong learning and upskilling and reskilling. And then for the companies, the idea is that the companies should be supported to be competitive, and they should be able to find the people with the right skills. And it's also a call for the companies to invest themselves in upskilling and reskilling their workforce. And then the third point, the more on a macro level, is about what was hinted at already today in the last panel. It's to make sure that the skills and qualifications, regardless of where they are acquired in Europe, make them transparent, trusted, and recognized across the single market. Three objectives, 4 strands of actions. The first one is to build skills for quality jobs and lives, so through a strong educational foundations and an inclusive lifelong learning approach. Second one is upskill and reskill an agile workforce. It's also to master the clean and digital transitions. The third one, circulate skills with the free movement of workers across the EU, and this is to unlock the single market's full potential. And then the fourth one, attract, develop and retain talent. There you will also find the international dimension. So now you will see a long list of actions. Don't be afraid. You will have lunch today. I will pick the ones that are particularly important for VET. So I mentioned yesterday already that the Union of Skills was adopted together with 2 action plans, and one of them was this Basic Skills Action Plan. This is to support literacy, mathematics, science, and then, I mean, these are the classical ones, but then the digital skills are also included, and citizenship education is also part of basic education, a basic skills action plan. And so this includes a basic skills support scheme to help struggling students. In the area of VET, there's an idea to develop guidelines on enhancing basic skills in VET, and in the area of apprenticeships, there is a toolkit for basic skills in apprenticeships, and this will be part of the EAFA work program, so the European Alliance for Apprenticeship Work Program 2026. So these 2 actions are actually mentioned in the Basic Skills Action Plan. And we have this Basic Skills Action Plan also gives a target that by 2030, the underachievement in literacy, mathematics and science and digital skills should be below 15%, and the top performance should be at least 15%. Now, the second action plan that was mentioned, or was published together with the Union of Skills, was the STEM Education Strategic Plan. So it's basically to reverse the declining STEM performance and encourage more students to engage in a STEM career. And it also proposes a new target for VET. It says that the share of students enrolled in STEM fields in initial medium level VET should be at least 45%. Is this realistic? We stand now at 36, so I would say ambitious but realistic. And there's also a gender target related to that. At least 1 out of 5 students should be female. Maybe this doesn't seem very ambitious, 25% female students in STEM, but today we're standing at 16.1% only. So this also shows how much it is necessary to act. Sorry, I have to go back. Quickly, I want to mention the EU Teachers and Trainers Agenda. This is to support member states in tackling teacher shortages. We all know that it's an important problem for most of the European countries, and especially in the VET field. It's about working conditions and career prospects for teachers. And then maybe the most important point here is the VET strategy that is planned for mid-2026, probably in the form of a Commission communication as well. And to enhance attractiveness, excellence, inclusiveness of VET. It will be about addressing the skills shortages, labor market relevance, certainly a gender dimension, and important for you, international dimension also. Then the second strand, upskill and reskill. Here, there is one point about the expansion of micro-credentials. So it's to ensure that micro-credentials are trusted and digital and comparable across countries and sectors. And here the coves are mentioned specifically in the communication, because it's, the idea is that they should increase the number of joint micro-credentials issued by coves, and also European University Alliances and skills academies. And this is also, again, repeated in the STEM Education Strategic Plan, so certainly it could start with the STEM fields as most strategic sectors. Then I would like to mention the Pact for Skills. There's a reinforced Pact for Skills. For those who don't know, the Pact for Skills, it's a cooperation with public sector and companies on reskilling and upskilling. So companies can join and make pledges that they would upskill a certain number of people. And there's also the idea to link it a bit more strongly to the coves. Of course, not all the coves, but there are some coves that are sectoral ones, and for these ones it would be quite interesting. Then there is the expansion of the European Alliance for Apprenticeships to grow the alliance to 700 pledges by 2030, including adult apprenticeships and support for people outside the labor market. Currently, we have 470 EAFA members, so with an additional 45 pledges a year, we should be able to reach the target. And of course, it will be important also for ETF, because EAFA is also operating outside the EU, and ETF is helping us in this endeavor, so I think it would be, it's certainly a topic to speak about. And we are also preparing a toolkit for adult apprenticeship with the Alliance for Apprenticeships. EAFA is also mentioned in the STEM Education Strategic Plan in the context of a new Girls to STEM initiative, and so we will certainly promote pledges specifically for female apprentices in STEM. Now, Theodor, you will be happy. skills portability initiative. So this, we are at the start, so we are exploring, but it will be possibly a legislative proposal and also certainly something related to digital tools. As you mentioned this morning, there are regulated professions, and for instance, a plumber cannot be simply a plumber in another country, same for electricians, and so there is already a directive on this, but the idea is to improve these recognition processes that are still very cumbersome. Then there are also obstacles in unregulated professions, where in principle you can, without any public authorization, work in another country, but still the diplomas are not trusted, the qualifications are not trusted and not recognized or accepted, let's say. So it's about making these qualifications more transparent and more trusted. And then also there is also an angle for skills and qualifications by third country nationals. We have, of course, the idea that people should be able to come and work in Europe, but also there's even the people that are already in Europe, there's an important problem of overqualification, that they have diplomas that are not used, and we are in a situation where we cannot afford this simply, and it's also very frustrating for the individual. The next point is the European VET diploma. So this will be a pilot. So there are 2 rounds of pilot project holds under Erasmus Plus that are foreseen. One is the 2025 call, which is already published. It's a forward-looking project on joint curricula and modules. And the deadline is in May 2025. It would be 2 to 3 year projects. And then 2026, there will be another round with the aim to test the idea, to map interest from stakeholders, see where the obstacles lie, see if there are potential solutions. And COVs are certainly very well placed in this process to take part. And then there's also a mention of strengthened centers of vocational excellence, so this is a separate action, and so this means that it's really something that the COVs are recognized as an initiative that works and that has added value, and so that it says that there should be continued funding for 2026 to 2029 based on an evaluation. And then there is the last part, the international part, and here you will see that there is nothing specifically on VET. Has it been forgotten? No. It's because we have, as I mentioned, there is the VET strategy that is announced already, and we will cover the internationalization of VET in the VET strategy. So we did not want to put things here now. It will just come at a later stage and then will be an integral part of the VET strategy. Now, still a word on funding. The Union of Skills highlights that educational skills are an investment, not a cost, and it yields benefits many times over. So in the next MFF, so this is the EU jargon for the 7-year budget that we have, so it will start from 2028 onwards, 7 years. So of course it's essential to enhance investments in skills at EU level, but the EU budget is only part of the picture. The challenge is huge, so it cannot be only one level, it has to be at all level, and we are trying to also leverage private financing and the public sector, of course, from the member states. Then governance. I said already before that we have skills intelligence in Europe, and it's done a bit everywhere, but it's important to bring all this information together. So there's the idea of having a European skills intelligence observatory that should provide the necessary data for an informed policy, and it would probably be the JRC, the Joint Research Center of the European Commission, that would also gather, for instance, the work of CEDEFOP and other EU agencies, and it's still under preparation, but the idea is to have a coordinated approach to that. And then also a new element is an European Skills High-Level Board to drive the change. This is also only under preparation, under discussion, how to do it exactly, but the idea is that it would be a commission-led body, and that would have stakeholders, business leaders, education and training providers, social partners, that would provide guidance to EU policymakers, and of course also building on the skills intelligence provided by this observatory. Then there is an EU 27 recommendation on human capital. Now, some of you might know or might not know the European semester. European semester is the European economic governance process that we have, and it's, there are country reports and then recommendations to each country. Now the idea is to have here a horizontal recommendation on human capital to steer the policies in this field, and also the funding. So this is why the European semester is also increasingly important, because it will steer the EU funding. And the strengthened skills governance means also that all these elements are being brought together. Now, this is what I had to say on the Union of Skills. Maybe a word on Erasmus and the Centers of Vocational Excellence. You have seen that the codes are very popular. They are really everywhere in the Union of Skills and the 2 action plans, and they will continue to be supported from 2026 to 2029. And then from now, the initiative has 400 million euros to fund 100 projects. This was from 2021 to 2027. And so this is our annual calls for proposals, and we have increasing number of applications. So in 2024, the number was 132, and we could select only 16 projects. So it's really becoming very popular, and unfortunately, we don't have more funding in a given year. And in addition, there were also, from the previous periods, there were 57 projects. In this program period, 57 before, and then 12 pilot projects in 2019 and 2020. So the projects, I mentioned it yesterday already, they have a wide diversity of topics. Some are sector-specific, some work on reforms, and very different topics. I mean, you know it best. So this is something that is very important for our policy in VET and will continue to be important. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Really, it was a triple wow. A big bunch of information. Is there any, we are running out of time, but still I do recognize the importance of this information for all of us in the audience. So is there any burning question, or we can move to the following session? I'm here. No question? Eccolo, ma I knew already, eh? No, too many. Ah, over there. Okay, I'm sorry, I got to they have the buzzer, I'm sorry. This is the rule.
I make it a very short question. What do you think is the role of Europass in this whole picture? It's been developing from a purely transparency instrument to a platform, and we're quite eager to know, is that part of the plan to make Europass the main transport system for mobility in VET?
Yes, so indeed we are looking at all the existing instruments, including Europass, also EQF and so on. At the moment we are really at the start of designing, and we will launch an impact assessment study to look into all the options, but we are very much, inclined to use existing instruments and then develop them further, and because otherwise it would be a pity and a waste, and we could not start everything from scratch. So this is indeed the idea.
Thank you, Andrea. We have one more question from... I thought you were joking. No? You are not. Quick question. Otherwise, I will have to be very strict with the panel moderated by Yorgos. So
first of all, I know you will never invite me again, so okay. One thing that is really worth mentioning is the European strategy for VET. In our opinion, as VET associations, it is a very nice and important step in order to create this unification process that we need. What we would like to say as associations that proven also from the good collaboration and insights that we hope that we have provided to ETF, we are able, since we do have the grassroots level approach, not only to big schools, but also to the small ones, we can provide you insights when the design of the strategy is going to be implemented. So please count on us, we are here, and we are willing to help.
Many thanks, we will, definitely.
Just reinforcing this idea and concerning the Union of Skills document, as we shared yesterday, it's a very good document. We are glad, the VET providers, that some of our recommendations are there, but at the end of the procedure, we were not called and asked again. So we'd like to make sure that on this high-level board or other committees that will be created, not only for the strategy, but to put everything running out and rolling out, count on us. We are not formally social partners, and sometimes the Commission, under this lack of social partner status, doesn't ask us, but we are those ones who make it happen. From the grassroots, from the bottom up, and please count on us. Just thank you.
Yes, I can say the same thing, that yes, we will definitely, and for the VET strategy there's also a bit more time to prepare than 100 days, so it will facilitate the planning and consultation process.
thank you. No? Okay, so basically it was just a reinforcement of what we just heard. So thank you so much, Andrea, for your time and for all the information you shared. Applausi. And then I call Yorgos on stage for the upcoming panel, where I said it, I will have to be super strict. Yes. Yes, with you in particular.
Thank you. So let's go ahead with the next panel immediately. So I would like to invite on stage all the participants of this panel. So Pedro from ILO, please come on stage. Kenny from UNESCO UNEVOC, please come on stage. Geraldine from Annabelle, please come on board. Oliver from BMBF, please come on stage. And Henriette from the COP COVES. So, dear all, thank you for joining us in this panel discussion. You heard the rules of the administrator here, of Simona, so we'll need to be tied with time. So let me get on with the question that is the same one for all of you. What are the key actions that your organization is putting forward to support the international dimension of vocational excellence? You're all active in the field, and I think with all of you we have ongoing sort of exchanges and cooperation. So it would be great to hear from each one of you. I will go with the sequence of the program. So I will start with Pedro, then we'll go to Kenny, then to Geraldine, Oliver, and Henriette at the end. Please stick to the 5 minutes you have each. Hopefully with that it will give us a bit of time at the end for comments and from the audience. Pedro, the floor is yours.
So the trick is to speak very quickly, to say that this many things, but so very glad to be here. and happy that you have invited the ILO to be here. So this is, of course, a very important issue. Better? Very important issue. I think it's important to situate this conversation around excellence from the perspective of the ILO, of course, which doesn't operate in the exactly same framework that we are discussing here, although what we do relates strongly. So I would say that there are three aspects that when we reflect and act upon excellence, vocational excellence, we consider. So one is strong response to structural transformation, which has been talked about by many people. So to the digital aspects, to the greening of the economy, to demographic transformation, which has different tonalities depending on countries and regions. The other important aspect is also to make sure that whatever happens, and not only in TVET, but in skills and lifelong learning, because this is the take that we have, let's say, is on the globality of the offers in terms of learning, is that it's context responsive. So this means response to what is happening and what is being transformed in the labor market. It's also response to what are social demands and needs, and also aspirations of individuals within the context. And this responds a bit to, so where is the person in the middle of this? But I cannot go into details. It's also caring for what is happening in low and middle income countries specifically, because we're talking about contexts that frequently have low structuring of formal education and training, have huge secondary level disengagement from education and training, have informal sectors that are 80% and above. So this is the reality we are discussing if we're talking, for example, about Africa. And of course, the vulnerability situations associated with this. And finally, the third aspect that puts a bit all of these things together, it's really about advancing social justice, advancing really the possibilities of people to access quality training, skills development in general, which in turn has, of course, impacts over decent work possibilities. So the ILO is active in many, many places. So we have active projects in around 100 countries, and some of them quite big. And we intervene, of course, at macro, meso, micro level, at all levels. So I'll focus a little bit more, let's say, on this international dimension, but I'll have to say a few things to substance itself to, in fact, give more meaning to the conversation. So the ILO is the only tripartite agency of the United Nations, so tripartism is at the core of what we do, being that the social partners are integrated in the ongoing activity of the ILO. So you probably know about the regulatory activity of the ILO. So we set standards for the development of skills systems, and that kind of creates the framework for this excellence, vocational excellence to emerge. Latest example would be the adoption of the recommendation on quality apprenticeships, which is paving the way for reforms in a number of countries, and reforms which have structural impacts over all dimensions of vocational training. The other aspect clearly is also promotion of global and regional exchange, and when I talk about regions, I talk about global regions. So we're talking about continents, really. We had recently a Global Skills Forum, which allowed to put together perspectives from all over the world together, and is creating reproducive exchanges, follow-up exchanges between regional blocks. We are cooperating with the ASEAN countries to have an ASEAN Year of Skills, and the European Commission is actually also engaged in this effort and providing support in this. This is also promoting an exchange between the countries in the regions that is going to have also a number of effects. We are supporting the African Union Continental Strategy for TVET. You're not allowed to do that yet. We're going to have an African Skills Week in October, which is part of this effort. We have regular engagement with these regional level authorities to do things like stimulate worker migration, mutual recognition of skills. We're engaged in a number of exchanges with other agencies, but now I need to make the point about substance. Yes, because I'll do it quickly, but I'll do it because it's important. I think that one of the important issues here is that there is process. So when we intervene in a country, there's not a recipe, there's essentially process. We try to understand really well what is the context that is there, so to assess the state of development of the lifelong learning system, and amongst other things, where does the TVET system stand? What does it do? What is the function that it's actually performing at the moment? And for example, are there training institutions which are in a leadership position and that can provide this leadership role within the context of an integrated strategy? So we try to link the national level to the sectoral level and refine these connections and these aspects. One important aspect that is being developed is sector skills councils. So sector skills councils are playing a very important role in creating this sort of unification and governance, shared governance vision and action within the sectors, linking also with the training providers, putting the funding within training, so this role for stronger partnerships that also go to system level effects. And I'm getting some poisonous looks. Okay, I'm going to just mention one more thing. One thing that we're doing, and I'll shut up now, is we are also now having a partnership with the United Nations the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, in which we are doing a Pan-African network of centers of expertise. Although this intervenes more at the system level, I think it relates a lot with the projects that are being discussed here, and there's clearly ground for some cooperation. So
thank you, Pedro. There are many points to pick up in what you have said. Probably will not have time to do it on stage, but we'll come back. I want to move quickly to Kenny from UNESCO UNEVOC for your contribution.
Thank you so much for inviting us, and also congratulations for the great event that you are having here today and yesterday. So a brief introduction about UNESCO UNEVOC, which is UNESCO's center, which is designated to focus on vocational education and training. And basically, our work is to make sure that UNESCO member states advance their TVET systems and make sure that this approach in education remains relevant, remains attractive, and of high quality. So yes, we are also working to reach vocational excellence here. At the core of UNESCO UNEVOC, we have the UNEVOC network, which is composed of over 240 UNEVOC centers representing more than 150 countries. So realistically, we are covering most of the countries. We have 4 types of UNEVOC centers. So we have ministries that are responsible for TVET, we have national bodies, we have TVET providers, and also we have research institutions or universities. And I'm happy to mention that we have UNEVOC centers here as well. So we have School Center Nova Gorica, we have BIBB, and also we have other members, other TVET institutions that are showing interest to be part of this network. Most of our work, I have to mention, that is supported by the German government, in particular the Ministry of Education and Research. Our work is guided by the UNESCO strategy for TVET for the years 2022 to 2029. And basically, the focus of this strategy is to make sure that TVET is developing skills for individuals to learn, live, and work, develop skills also for inclusive and sustainable economies, and finally, and also equally important, to develop skills for inclusive and peaceful societies. And I was happy that the ETF director this morning did mention the importance of what's happening around us, because TVET is not in a bubble, and we need to discuss this, and we need to mention, and we need to find ways how TVET can respond to the situations that we are experiencing, and making sure that TVET also contributes to a better life, to a better society as well. We have 8 thematic areas that we are focusing at the moment. So we have career guidance, we have global active citizenship, lifelong learning, gender equality and inclusion, greening and digitalization, artificial intelligence, private sector engagement, and innovation and excellence. Let me just mention a few flagships that we have at UNESCO Innovoc, which are contributing to vocational excellence at a global level. And I would like to start first by mentioning that we have knowledge products that are available on our website. We have a number of promising practices, a database of over 220 promising practices from the different regions. We have TVET country profiles. You can understand how other countries are implementing TVET. We have TVETpedia, so the definitions that we are using in TVET and more. Maybe I can just mention that recently we published a new publication, Greening TVET, which is a follow-up of a publication in 2017, which was widely used by TVET systems to improve, to make TVET more sustainable, and how this can contribute to sustainability and address the SDGs. Then we have built project, Bridging Innovation and Learning in TVET, which is a platform for TVET institutions from different regions to come together to share practices, to learn about policies, and also to come up with recommendations. And on this project, we are working significantly with ETF through representation and the expert group. Next week, we are also organizing together a webinar focusing on the building and construction sector, which is this year's topic of the expert group. So this morning, Susanna was informing me that we already have 650 registrations, so it's going to be highly attended, and I encourage you to also look for more about this event. Maybe I also mentioned that we are at the moment finalizing discussions with our main donor, the German Ministry of Education and Research, for a new project that from our end we're calling Innovation and Excellence in TVET, and this project is one of several projects, maybe you can also talk later about that, to work together to advance TVET systems together. I was mentioning the last point, but now because of this, I forgot. Maybe one last point. Of course, it's because of you, of course. So something new in this project. So besides supporting us in other flagship initiatives that we have, in this project we're going to launch a global awards in innovation and excellence to make TVET more visible, to make sure that excellence can also be reached in this approach in education. And although we are still at the discussion stages, want to make sure that from the different regions, we identify and we acknowledge efforts that are made to advance TVET systems. So it shouldn't always be about the North. What about the global South? There is excellence happening in Africa, there is excellence happening in Latin America, in Southeast Asia, and the rest. There is, of course, more work that we need to do. Yesterday, Yolene was showing us the institutions, the countries that tried ISAT Cove. We did make an attempt to have more African countries, more African institutions try this. Unfortunately, it did not work out. So we need to work even more and see why they did not see this as attractive enough, or why they did not ask more about it. So we're happy to contribute even there further. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken. And this last point, I think, connects nicely with Annabelle as well, with another organization we work very closely, especially in Africa. So, Geraldine, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you for paving the way for my intervention. That makes me the work easier. So I'm Geraldine. I work for Enable. So Enable is the Belgium Development Agency. So it might be a bit strange. I felt a bit like an alien during these 2 days because you're all from TVET schools, and I'm coming from, I think, from the people from this panel, from a different point of view. So if you don't know what is a development agency, I think now, due to actuality, you all know USAID. Well, I will not compare Enable to USAID, but we are doing the same job at a very, very little level, at Belgium level. But we work mainly in Africa, and we support our partner country to strive for excellence, of course, and to improve the vet systems for them to be more relevant to the labor market. So we work in Sub-Saharan Africa mainly, but also in Ukraine. And we are partner of ETF, and in the countries where we intervene,
and where they don't have a tool, because I have to mention that it's very important that we adapt to the local context always. We don't intervene and impose an approach or a tool, but sometimes they are also looking and asking for expertise, and instead of reinventing the wheel every time, we thought it could be interesting to adopt, and we believe that the COVE approach and the EZCOVE tool have some advantages. So we are actually currently engaging with 7 partner countries to try out this COVE approach. So concretely, what are we doing? Actions, it was your questions, to internationalize this approach. We are working particularly with 7 partner countries, that is Uganda, Tanzania, Guinea, Burundi, DRC, Ukraine, and Morocco. Some of them have already gone the whole process, done the whole EZCOVE analysis, coming out with some action plan. Some of them also already received the certification for commitment to vocational excellence. So we see that it is a long journey, but it is somehow attractive, and it can respond to some needs. I will come to the challenges afterwards, because of course it also comes with challenges. But that is for the facts. So I said 7 countries. This is more or less 44 vocational training institutes that we are working with on this journey. For the moment, none of them are part of the NA network, but they are willing to. So they are in process, and they submitted a request to become your cousins in this network, so that you mainly you will have, yes, hopefully some African brothers and sisters in your network. It would be very nice to expand the network and the peer learning, because as you mentioned, indeed there is excellence also in the global south, and we also gain in working together. So briefly, I also noted down some pro and some cons, some challenges that we encounter in this journey of vocational excellence and trying out the EZCOVE. So definitely some pros that came out of the field. It's, of course, this process is a very good start to engage the discussions, so to engage the stakeholder in a very collaborative process. I think it came out also very well out of the discussion yesterday, but that is some positive point that was pointed out. So engage wider stakeholder around the vocational school. The EZCOVE is a really good tool for that. The EZCOVE is also very comprehensive, so it has a lot of dimension. I mean, you know all these criteria and all these indicators. So very comprehensive, also very flexible. You can adapt it. I don't have to learn you, but it's also good that they acknowledge the same advantage as you pointed out yesterday. It helps them to set goals and to track progress, and of course, peer learning, the peer learning component among the countries, but we are also trying to link those countries that are doing this approach, so African countries in between themselves, so colleagues from Guinea to DRC, they are also helping each other, and this peer learning, it's very valuable. So coming now with the challenges, of course, it is for them quite a heavy process. I don't know for you, but you can imagine that in an African context, having to apply this process is still very cumbersome. Though it is flexible, it is still it could be still further be adapted to fully match the African context. I only mentioned some few things, but obvious problem as connectivity, digital skills, language barrier. It may all seems very obvious or very simple for all of you here in the room, but in Africa it still remains a challenge. And of course, the challenge of the fact that the EZCOVE needs a lot of extensive support and guidance to implement the process. And sometimes we face a shortage of availability of expertise to help our partner to implement that. But an idea is that there is also I met a lot of expertise here in the room, so maybe to fill in this shortage of expertise to help our partner country in this pathway for excellence. Maybe we could tap into the all expertise that we have in the room, and I would conclude my my intervention maybe with an invitation to those who are interested in maybe to do a summer camp in Africa, so that you can all share your good experience with the COVID with our partner countries. That could be a very nice idea for a next step and bringing internationalization to another level. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Geraldine. I think you revealed the discussions we had yesterday as well. That you know we're looking into ideas on how to work closer for Africa and Africa. Thanks for that, Oliver. The floor is yours now. So you come from the Federal Ministry of Education and Research.
Yes. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to participate. It's been very interesting so far, and I will be very short about this. Geraldine said she feels a little bit strange. I feel a little strange because I'm obviously representing a national ministry, and the idea that internationalization promotes vocational excellence is not self-evident. In the community that I work with and the partners that I normally engage with, this truth is not proven. So as a ministry, we are, what is our responsibility? We think we have the best vocational training TVET system in the world. Of course, that is excellent by itself. I'm provocative here, but most of my colleagues do really believe that. And the dual system, which is a part of our vocational training system, is a treasure. It's a cultural treasure, it's a historic treasure, and it has proven to guarantee something that the Draghi report has mentioned in various parts, the close link of the economy, industry, the professional skills and vocational training. So we're trying to save this piece, knowing that it is self-sufficient. It's not international. In the main course, so there I'm working on very thin ice, promoting international projects in the ministry. That's maybe the first point for you to take. Second, yes, we are a donor. I'm quite happy to sponsor UNESCO UNIVOC over the last 6-7 years. And Kenny has mentioned our new project. It's called Excellence in VET, trying to reach out to UNESCO UNIVOC, but also to ILO and other international training organizations to work with us on this hypothesis that internationalization really helps to create excellence. Maybe last word then from my side. We have a political uncertainty right now. There's a government, but it's outgoing. There's no budget right now on my national side. A lot of people looking very strangely on Germany, what is happening right now. But I'm happy that we have secured the international funds for these projects for the next 3 years. So I think I'm here to engage with whomever to continue with this. But I pose more questions than I would come up with concrete solutions. So maybe this is an opening for discussion that we continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Oliver. I mean, you're at the right place because ETF as a European agency with a mandate to work outside the EU, of course, the idea is not just a hypothesis for us that internationalization helps excellence and helps the systems to grow is a fact for us. So thank you for bringing that. Henriette, so you represent here the COPCOVES, a community of practice that ETF is also part of. These are the pioneer centers of excellence, but you also host this year the Excellence Forum. So the floor is yours.
Yes, so thank you. And it's the first time that I actually collaborate with the ETF, so it's a new experience for me. And I have actually learned that the COPCO, so the community of practice, is a bit like you, because you are also a community of practice, sharing experiences and knowledge, and that's what we also do in the community of practice of the COVIS that Andrea was just talking about before. So now we are about 60 COVIS together in this network, and we meet regularly, and I think that for us, internationalization, well, we are working together, so it's a lot about collaboration, sharing experiences, sharing knowledge. That's what we are doing. Not to invent the wheel, like you were talking about, Geraldine, as well. How can we learn from each other? How can we do things together? And we will also look into the forward-looking projects soon, so that we can use these projects also to build some more sustainability and hopefully some more collaboration with the European Commission as well, so we can continue this collaboration and create really sustainable structures for the COVID projects in the future. So, and yes, as you said, I'm coordinating the Forum on Vocational Excellence that will take part in Denmark in September. And that's also a part of our internationalization strategy. So getting together, sharing experiences, and having a lot of interesting workshops where we can use each other's knowledge and experiences also to invent new things together. Maybe without projects, but just collaborating to invent new things. So I think this is the way that we work with the international dimension within the different COVIS. So collaboration and friendship, I think that's very important. I think that's the way that we will also save the European Union, actually being friends, making projects together, stay friends, do not make war with each other. That's it.
Thank you, Henriette. Thank you all to our panelists. Thank you for these contributions. We've done it a bit fast track, but I think we are a bit under pressure at this moment. So thank you again, and looking forward for this cooperation to deepen. Thank you.
Fabio, I see you already standing up. Thanks a lot, Yorgos, on top of the panelists. So the floor is yours. What are you going to tell us?
Thank you. Well, I'll try to be super brief, actually. Now, the idea is to have a 10 minutes, I would say, touching the ground moment, because yesterday we presented our services and our knowledge and the journey until now. But today we heard about new needs, about new ideas, new possibilities, new commitments, actually, which is pretty good to hear. And so I would like to ask, actually, the key person within the ETF in operational terms when it comes to vocational excellence, my colleague Yolene. And I would also like to ask for an applause for Yolene, because you don't, I think you have no, I don't know if you have an idea of all the work that this lady is doing. Sorry, Yolene. And so basically the thing is we have a set of services, we have a common knowledge base that, as we said yesterday, is possibly what is constituting the difference between an initiative and a movement. Now we have a common vocabulary, we are going towards a common vocabulary, we have a common knowledge base, we have common objectives, we are becoming a movement. An inclusive movement. It's great to see, I think, everybody really in this room working on vocational excellence. And the question to Yolene is this enough? Is what we can provide to this community together, to the community of our schools in Europe and beyond, enough, or do we need something else?
I think we made a good start. Yeah, thank you. But also what we heard today, like if we speak about the support services, we really see it as a bottom-up approach, supporting the development of COVIS. But one of the other things we heard as well is we also need supporting policies. And when I'm speaking today, like yesterday, we were only focusing on the Internationalising Vocational Excellence project, our EU-funded project. But as ETF, we do more on vocational excellence. We have our own regular work program where we also focus on vocational excellence. And we think it's important to make also this link to policy support, one of our ETF services, because it's important to make use of the COVIS, of this development. Jorgen said yesterday that we started to use at the beginning already like COVS as engines for VET improvements. Now we even say COVS as engines for VET reforms. But COVS can inspire policies, as we also saw in one of the panels, mentioned in one of the panels before. But it's also important to have policies in place that create fertile grounds for COVS to flourish. And so that is also one of the other things, an important step to take is also to look at these policies. We have the upcoming VET strategy as well, to think how we can further support also the development of COVIS. And we do this in our regular work already. Yesterday at the opening, Galina Russo, the State Secretary of the Ministry of Education and Research in Moldova, mentioned the collaboration we had already in previous years. Also the Director General Al-Garaibe but I'm not pronouncing it correctly, of the VTCs in Jordan mentioned that we started working, and here we really look at how can we conceptualize vocational excellence in the specific context. And we saw that in the panel just before as well. The contexts are different if you are in different countries, on different continents, so it's always very important to make this contextualization of what vocational excellence means in your context and what a COVI is in your context. And I think here we also need to make use of the tools we have. We had showed yesterday the results of ENESAT so far, and also ISAT-COV. And we saw the first results of all 130 centers that used ISAT-COV. But here we can, of course, also make use of the data when we look at one specific country or one specific region, but also for questions we have. If we look, for example, at the portability of skills or the recognition of skills, what Doriana showed yesterday is, for example, an area that already showed in the top 5 of excellence areas was teaching and learning number 10. So you start remembering the criteria, but it focuses on recognizing, validating, valorizing, and documenting of learning and skills. So it could be interesting to look what is happening, what is going well, and how can we make better use of what is already happening.
Thank you. So I see here policy support, as you said, so COVES as engines for VET reform and VET improvement. We have support services, and I think you mentioned ISAT-COV, and especially the way these support services can provide us data to understand more. What about communication? I mean, I have the feeling that if we are becoming a movement, we should not do the mistake that many movements do, that is to be happy with ourselves. I mean, we are many in this room. If we would count our students, your own students, we would reach really a high number. But Europe is big, the world is even bigger. So I have the feeling that we need to spread the virus, sort of, forgive us for this metaphor, but I think we really need to do an extra mile to really reach the ones that have no idea about vocational excellence, because that's really, I think, what is missing. I'm talking every day to VET people, and when I say, yeah, I'm going to a conference on vocational excellence, okay, what is that? You know, it's quite common when you talk to people that are not following this international development. So, Jolien, can you tell us about how we plan to channel these services and this knowledge?
Yeah, so let me start by what we are doing as well. Jorgen started with a nice history of our work on vocational excellence at the start of this conference. And he also mentioned our ENE network, that all of you know, I think, so we don't need to explain that. But this network has been steadily growing over the past years. We started in 2020, and now, as Jorgen mentioned as well, we have 333 members from 54 countries. So also a really global representation. These 54 countries are not limited to EU member state or ETF partner countries. No, we see members from almost all continents. Maybe we miss South America, I'm not sure, but we have many. So we really will build upon this network, and we will also encourage everyone interested in working on vocational excellence to join the network. And here we make use of all the resources that are already there. We will use IZAT-Cove, we will use the cookbook, the knowledge packages, and disseminate it in the network, the e-library. We will invite our ENE members to contribute. And what you already see is we always try to create synergies between our regular work and the Infra project. You will see resources developed in ENE, part of the e-library. We use support services to further support our ENE members in their work on vocational excellence. So this is what we do within ENE, but of course also before we had very large panels, but that is also because we work with a lot of you and we really need you in this regard as well for the communication and to spread the vocational excellence virus. We are also still thinking on how to do things better. Fabio is our network person, so also here I would ask a question to Fabio. He's only asking questions to me. But what are your golden tips to further communicate?
Well, I think in our discussion, we believe ENE as a network has, first of all, a growth potential, and I think we are now 333, and as I said yesterday, setting the target to reach 500 resources for the library, we could think of 500 ENE members in the next year. So maybe it would be nice to meet here with 500 members. It's a nice round number. But it's not only about growth. I think it is about making sure we don't overlap with each other. I mean, many times we realize that Build by UNEVOC or other projects or the COPCOVES are doing things very similar because the objective is clearly the same. And we believe that these overlaps are actually a richness. It's not something to be avoided because these overlaps are moments where we repeat the message, and we work together. To me, the thing is not so much to think of hubs, so let's concentrate everything in one place, but really to make sure that everything that is done in every node of this network, composed of all the donors that we heard before, composed by the national ministries as well, because actually, Germany, for example, has a lot not only to fund, but also a lot to teach, again, in the sense, in this field. But of course, one thing is a communication by the German ministry, one thing is a communication by the German ministry that is spread through ENE, COPCOVs, a few Erasmus Plus networks and projects and so on. So the challenge, I think, and our commitment as ETF with and through ENE is really to, let's say, make sure that this becomes a constellation of support units and not really a hub. I don't like this idea of saying we work on excellence, please come to us. No, the thing is we work on excellence, let's do it together because we believe that's the only way to transform, again, this movement into a mass movement to make sure that then the policy priority will never go away from where it is now. 500 members, too much maybe? Okay, but anyway.
We will discuss. Maybe to close also with this, speaking about this constellation, and before Paolo started mentioning it, but then it was also mentioned more often, is this sharing of knowledge. And the other thing that was mentioned is also embracing the diversity. And I think that's very important when working on vocational excellence. We said we have the common language, but we have very different context. It was also visible yesterday in the discussions on the cookbook, on the recipes. But I think this is the strength. We have the diversity. We can inspire each other. And together we build vocational excellence.
Good. Now to the word.
Thank you so much, Yolina and Fabio. So we are going towards nearly the end of this very exciting, I hope for all of us, 1.5 days. Doriana, come here, please. She's very emotional because this is really a kind of bébé for Dori. So what are we going to do now? Remind me.
We are kicking off the ceremony, the award ceremony for the first pilot of the Vocational Excellence Certificate. So it's quite emotional for me. I know I must be quick, Simona, right? Also because we want to leave space to the real protagonists of this ceremony. I will give a brief introduction. In this last break of this excellent conference, we want to spotlight the important role of vet providers in shaping the workforce of the future, providing them with the needed skills to bridge the gap between education and the labor market. Acknowledging the effort and achievement of vet providers contribute to the enhancement of vet quality. It brings in motivation. A motivated staff raise the bar in curricula development and teaching methods. Recognized vet providers set benchmarks for excellence, and in this way they contribute to develop a dynamic educational system that benefits students, employers, and the whole society. Excellence is not a 1 week or 1 year ideal. It is constant. Michael Jordan is one of the greatest basketball players of all time. Tell us that excellence is not a temporary goal. The journey to excellence requires commitment. It's not a matter of chance, it's a matter of choice. The consequence of the effort in understanding the state of play and identifying areas of improvement with a constant dedication to work to make the difference. This is why we reward the effort of those vet providers who decided to measure their achievements and set realistic goals to improve towards vet excellence. The Committed to Excellence certificate is a milestone for vet providers, but reaching excellence is a collegial effort and depends on the commitment of individuals. This is why we present school staff with individual badges. The Committed to Excellence certificate has been launched in October 2024, and we have already issued certificates in 11 different countries worldwide. There is a lot of interest, and we can already anticipate that this community of committed vet providers will increase in the near future. But the commitment to excellence certificate is just the first step toward vet excellence. The next one is to showcase achievements in vet. Within the INTVE project, ETF intends to launch the Vocational Excellence Certificate to set quality standards in vet and show specific examples of excellence within various fields. We have piloted this year the Vocational Excellence Certificate thanks to 5 piloting schools who helped us to assess its relevance and applicability, providing a proof of concept that can be adapted for a broader use. According to the feedback of this pilot, schools think that the certification is aligned to the school's vision for excellence and support the benchmark against international standards. The schools believe this certification can enhance vet excellence by offering a developmental roadmap, and overall, the possibility to address specific areas of excellence helps communicate schools' added value. Now, what is doing ETF to promote the recognized vet excellence? First of all, I want to thank our colleagues who worked a lot to have this live before the conference, so thank you. The certificate holders will be included in an online public registry accessible to vet providers to connect with, who wants to connect with excellence-driven partners in specific vet fields. The registry wants to be a resource to promote vocational excellence and to support collaboration and sharing of the good practice. As I said, the registry is already online and includes the first round of schools obtaining the Committed to Excellence certificate. But let's celebrate the achievements and commitment in vocational excellence with the 5 piloting schools, paying tribute to their dedication and work in helping us identifying improvement opportunities for the whole COVES community. Simona,
Pilvi.
Okay, so now some fanfares if there was a saxophone in the room. Thank you, Doriana. Thank you, Simona. Let me welcome everyone to the award ceremony. Celebrating, yeah, bravo, bravo. Celebrating the exceptional work carried out by 5 schools piloting the Vocational Excellence Certificate, inspiring continuous improvement and innovation within our field. One of the key ingredients for excellence, as we've said many times, is commitment. So by recognizing excellence, we really aim to motivate all stakeholders to strive for higher standards, ensuring that our vocational education system remains robust and responsive to the ever-changing demands of the workforce. Now a side comment. In the Oscar galas, you know, you always have jokes, so I don't have any jokes, but you can laugh at something that comes to your mind anyway, because today we are here to celebrate exceptional dedication, but also exceptional results. And the sense of humor, of course, is also always part of excellence. Here we have, on one hand, the effort or the strive towards improvement. But we also want to recognize some results that are there to pave way for the others. So both improvement, but also opening the new ways. And that's why we have actually 2 types of awards today, and both on a pilot nature or base. I stress the word pilot because we really want to stress how confident we are that there are many, many more COVES that could have been awarded today. Perhaps they are awarded in the future, but this is a pilot, and pilots tend to continue if they're successful. In the awarding the exceptional dedication, we really recognize that these vet providers and their staff have demonstrated commitment to continuous improvement. Individuals, institutions, the whole ecosystems that are really needed to be in place, as we have heard many times today, have really educated and trained competent, skilled professionals, equipping them with knowledge and abilities necessary for success in the world, in their lives, in the work life. So the first type of the award is a certificate, Committed to Excellence certificate. Committed to Excellence certificate. So that recognizes efforts to enhance reputation among stakeholders and fostering really the culture of excellence within the vet community. The second type award is Vocational Excellence Certificate. And that's awarded to institutions that have demonstrated specific examples that can serve as model for other vet providers. We hope they can also perhaps serve as matchmakers for cooperation and partnerships in specific areas. So, of course, these certificates therefore play a role in promoting best practices and fostering the collaboration in the ecosystem. Again, I think that has really been mentioned practically by everyone today. Now, those of you who may already think that perhaps I get this certificate, so this is for you. They are not simply to be on your walls, and when you have visitors, you show them. But you are really supposed to see them as helping the whole vet system of the country or region to develop and improve. The attractiveness of VET can really benefit from these models. These COVES can inspire others to follow the footsteps, creating ripple effects that really benefit the entire vocational education landscape. So we really invite you to share your successes. So don't be like I come from Finland, that typically we get an award and we hide it somewhere because we are humble people and we think it's somehow not okay to tell about your successes. In this case, you are really supposed to share these because they contribute to this culture of learning and improvement and really ensuring that we also talk to those who are not already the believers or who simply don't know what's happening in the field of vocational education and excellence these days. So as you know, you have to bore the audience a little bit to get it excited who gets the award. So we are closing there. So we really start now proceeding to the awards and what it really means. So dear representatives of the 5 pilot COVES, your hard work, passion and commitment have paved the way for a better future, and for that we are all immensely grateful. So already congratulations to you all. You've been an inspiration, and we trust we really continue to work together, striving for the highest standards and more inclusive excellence. And now, the celebration begins. CIFP Pico Frentes. The Integrated Vocational Training Center, Pico Frentes, is a publicly owned center located in Soria within the autonomous region of Castilla y León, Spain. You may sit for a second and enjoy the vibes. Huh? Since 2008, the center has offered vocational training across multiple industrial sectors such as electricity, electronics, energy, water, installation, maintenance, wood, furniture, cork, and transport. It provides basic to advanced level education and specialized courses for employment training.
Hello everyone, my name is Lola. I'm speaking from Spain, from Centro Integrado de Formación Profesional Pico Frentes. We are really excited to share with you our experience. We think excellence is not only a one-time goal, it's a long process. It's really very important, our commitment from all our stakeholders. We have been listening to what stakeholders had to say. From there, we started to work, discovering what we are not doing so well, and we started our action plan. Then we selected people, working teachers and some more stakeholders from outside to form the self-assessment team. We want students to develop technical competencies, but also soft skills, because the employability of our students grows. There is a connection, a real connection between enterprises, their needs, and what we do. We collaborate in the education of our students. Also for us, this excellence experience bring new opportunities for us, international network. So for sure we'll be able to learn from good practices. For us, it's really important for our students to be open-minded, so the international aspect is really important. We want them to be ready to have experiences abroad, and that's our main goal. For us, it was really very useful to have objective point of view from ETF, for instance, and the platform. Now we work in tidier way, and we are able to have time to make reflections, to have the insight of what we are doing. That was really, really helpful. Embrace excellence, frame your future.
And so the motivation for this award. Integrated Vocational Training Center of Pico Frentes excels in innovative teaching methods, problem-based learning, and high-quality education. Collaborating with local and international businesses and institutions ensures their programs meet market demands. Committed to the circular economy and environmental sustainability, their efforts in community development are commendable. So in recognition of these outstanding efforts, it is my distinct pleasure to award the Integrated Vocational Training Center of Pico Frentes with the Certificate of Commitment to Vocational Excellence for their outstanding achievements in Green VET and Cooperation for VET. Congratulations for Pico Frentes. Woo! Encim Piemonte San Luca, located in Torino, Italy, has offered courses for young people and adults since the late 1960s, specializing in catering and beauty. It's a branch of the Encim Foundation, which operates 30 training centers across Piedmont, Lombardy, Veneto, Emilia-Romagna, and Lazio. These are Italian regions, for those who don't necessarily know what this refers to. We are currently in Piemonte, Torino. And they serve nearly 10,000 students annually.
Hello, this is Giuseppe Cornelli from Encim San Luca. We are excited to share our journey towards vocational excellence with you. The main motivation for us was to face European and international dynamics, not only to obtain a quality mark, but to try to create a network and exchange good practice and synergies with other VET providers. The really core of this process is to involve all the stakeholders in the process itself. It was a little bit challenging, in particular for the small and medium enterprises and also other VET providers at the local level. Once we faced the platform and the application, we understood the importance to do a self-assessment periodically in every professional center. In particular for Encim, that is a national network of VET providers with different addresses. The standardization of the indicators, quantitative and qualitative, is fundamental in order to compare different, very different realities using the same tool and the same language to be compared to each other. Our mission is to avoid unlimited the dropout rate of young people. It's fundamental for us. It was a really nice experience for us. We had the possibility to do the state of art of our institute. For sure, I recommend it to other schools, at least to try the procedure. It's like see you in the mirror. Embrace excellence, frame your future.
You may stand up and listen to praise. Encim Piemonte San Luca is dedicated to equipping learners with essential skills for the wellness sector, emphasizing lifelong learning and industry connections. They innovate in training by transforming classrooms into creative and engaging environments. Their career guidance services ensure smooth transitions into the labor market. So in acknowledgement of these remarkable efforts, we are privileged to award Engine Piemonte San Luca with the Certificate of Commitment to Vocational Excellence, with a special mention for outstanding achievements in innovation in VET and career guidance support. Congratulations to Engine Piemonte San Luca, and may your journey of empowering learners continue. You never know, you become an EU agency director and you can do this kind of work too. Rio Tormes, the Integrated Vocational Training Center of Rio Tormes. Located in Salamanca, Spain, is a public institution under the Junta de Castilla y León administration. Established in 1930, it has become a benchmark in vocational training, offering programs in installation and maintenance, transport and vehicle maintenance, as well as electricity electronics.
Hello, I am Miguel Ángel Casanova, Principal of CIFP Rio Tormes, a public center for vocational education and training located in the historic and beautiful city of Salamanca. Initially, we focused on engaging the entire management to launch the initiative. The process wasn't without challenges, particularly technical difficulties at the start and time constraints. Participation was extended to the entire education community. Despite the difficulties, experience was rewarding. The ISAC co-pilot helped to facilitate a critical reflection on their performance and the quality of the teaching process, prioritize areas for improvement. Potential improvement for Rio Tormes include a more robust technical platform to facilitate involvement of companies, social agents, and all stakeholders that can define skill development strategies aligned with regional and industrial needs. For other schools considering participation, I will emphasize dedication of management is essential to driving more reflective and critical approach to evaluation, understanding the center's strengths and weakness. This is a difficult task. The support of EPF professionals was fundamental. It provides an objective viewpoint on areas for improvement in teaching, cooperation, and governance. It ensures that vocational education remains relevant and attractive to the labor market. The ISAC co-pilot offers us a global framework that facilitates the exchange of good practices and experience among centers. Receiving this certificate, it not only validates our work in innovation and educational quality, but also positions us as benchmark within the community of Center of Vocational Excellence. Embrace excellence, frame your future.
The Integrated Vocational Training Center of Rio Tormes excels in entrepreneurship education by integrating advanced methodologies like design thinking, lean startup, and agile entrepreneurship. Their innovative challenge-based learning approach connects education, social, and industry ecosystems, thereby preparing students for future careers. So it's with great pleasure that we award the Integrated Vocational Training Center of Rio Tormes with the Certificate of Vocational Excellence in Innovative and Entrepreneurial VET for their outstanding achievement in promoting the entrepreneurial vision. Congratulations for the Integrated Vocational Training Center of Rio Tormes. Yes. Szolski Center Nova Gorica. The third largest VET center in Slovenia offers diverse educational programs, lifelong training, career guidance, and various activities to help learners to discover and develop their potential and talents. The center prioritizes aligning with modern society's needs, emphasizing digitalization, transitioning to a green society and economy, and balancing with EU smart specialization strategies.
Hello, I'm Adriana. I come from Slovenia, from the Center of Vocational Excellence of Nova Gorica, and I'm very excited to share our journey towards vocational excellence with you. School Center was always active, involved in development and innovation of VET because it had always been our ambition to give our students and adults the best education and skills possible. So we wanted to evaluate ourselves. Where are our strong and weak points? And ISAT Kove was the right opportunity. So we made a group of leadership and teachers and also project managers where we agreed who is going to be responsible for what, and we decided which criteria are the most important for us and also the indicators. We connected all our stakeholders towards the same goal. We made the list of people, of the stakeholders, internal and externals, that we would like to get the feedback from them. We stimulated them to engage in the process because their feedback is really not only valuable for us, but it's now getting more and more essential because they are our main users or customers. We prepared also a development plan. So we finally approached to our educational process in a holistic way, measuring our progress in a very structured and also clear process. We can compare our center with other similar institutions so that we see where we stand and how we can further improve. For us to compare to each other, but also to share these good practices is very important and sometimes even essential for us. We collect so much data through the ISAT Kove that really decisions can be made not only subjective but also based on data. So the African saying says that if you want to go fast, go alone, and if you want to go far, go together. And ISAT Kove takes time, but is a process of collaboration of many stakeholders who share the common goal. And I have learned from ETF that working in a collaborative, friendly environment where you establish trust, together we can change the world through education. Embrace excellence, frame your future.
Szolski Center Nova Gorica actively contributes to regional development by collaborating with various partners, including employers, chambers, development agencies, municipalities, trade unions, and higher education institutions. Their educational programs drive innovation, embrace technology, and promote sustainability with a global, local approach. Therefore, it's with great admiration that we award Szolski Center Nova Gorica with the Certificate of Vocational Excellence in Partnership and Coordination for WET, for their exceptional role in enhancing the regional skills ecosystem and supporting socio-economic progress. Congratulations to Šolski Center Nova Gorica for being an inspirational player in the skills ecosystem. And Apro Formazione, founded in 1958 in Alba, Italy. Apro Formazione prepares young people for the workforce and updates the skills of those already employed. It serves as a school, training and orientation agency and employment services agency covering sectors such as tourism, mechanics, electrical, fashion, personal services, hotels, and IT. We'll see more.
Hello, I'm Federico, and I come from Apro Formazione, Alba, Italy. We are here and we are excited to share our journey towards vocational excellence with you. Our motivation for starting this journey comes from the fact that we are working in vocational education and training since 1958. Since then, we changed many ways of doing vocational education and training, focusing on delivers to our territory, to our industries, and to the companies, the best workers and citizens possible. Our experience in the internationalization and with international projects taught us that when you come out from your comfort zone, you come across many other organizations which in their own way, they are extremely good. In this sense, it taught us that you cannot be excellent forever, but you need to continuously working towards excellence. We are a member of the ETF Network of Excellence, and when we came across the ISAT code self-assessment, it was a good opportunity to continue to improve ourselves. The process involved first a selection of the self-assessment team who provided the scoring of the indicator, but also to ask the stakeholder to score the indicators that we selected during the self-assessment. After the self-assessment, we provide supporting evidence. We also uploaded a development plan and a good practice from our organization. I think that in the day-to-day activities, it's difficult to have a moment to stop and reflect on the reason why you do things and the way you do things. We learn so much about our own organization and about the variety of activities it does. Another benefit has been the opportunity of seeing our activities from an external point of view. Reconsider the things we take for granted to help us to see the areas where we already excel and the areas we can improve. I would recommend this experience to other schools because it's a moment for reflecting on your own activities and also a moment of comparison of your activities with other organizations. Embrace excellence and frame your future.
Apro Formazione has excelled by investing in a unique gastronomic ecosystem and internationalizing its training offer. Apro Formazione provides segmented lifelong learning opportunities, linking school and work environments for state-of-the-art training in the agri-food and tourism sectors. This innovation highlights their commitment to excellence and their role in shaping the future workforce to meet the evolving industry demands on a global scale. Given its outstanding capacity to foster the internationalization of the training offer, we are glad to award Apro Formazione with the Certificate of Vocational Excellence in VET Internationalization for their significant efforts in bridging education and industry, essential for the region's socio-economic progress. Congratulations, Apro Formazione.
So the other school, if they can come here for the award picture. Yalla, yalla. Yes, bring your, actually bring your frame, bring your, I don't know how to call it, your frame. Bring the certificate, thank you, see, I need the help. No, sorry, come, bring the certificate, smile. Go, all together. We just have an award of family picture. Bravi! All you need is love.
Okay, this is a spontaneous act, sorry Gary, but we are proposing now you come here and Gary goes there, so we have all the audience in the same photo. And if it's impossible, I'm sorry Gary, we still will try to do it.
Allora no, vi dovreste sedere, sediamovi.
Ci sediamo. Oh, we go with like this.
Madonna, niente, una pazza. And to make it more complex, we have one picture like this, and then the other one, we all say, embrace excellence, frame your future, okay? So now we wait. Now we have a serious one. Can we actually, sorry for the audio people, can we actually switch on the projector? No, switch off. Sorry, I expressed myself. No, ma aspetta che devo dare le direzioni. Ok, and now I go for the... Sì. No, adesso vado perché ci male al ginocchio. Non posso stare troppo. Oh. Now, embrace excellence. Okay, a big applause. I just call Yorgos for a few sparkling words and we are a bit late. Lo so, siamo in ritardo, Loredana, non è colpa mia. Arriviamo tra 5 minuti. Yorgos, floor is yours. Kindly go back to your seat. We love you all, but just go back.
Okay, a few more minutes and we're all done from 1.5 days event. For this closing, I would like to invite on stage Andrea from the European Commission, Jolene, coordinating the team of Vocational Excellence, and Pilvi, our director. difficult to condense everything that has been discussed these 2 days in a few words. So I will simply ask each one of our panelists one question, starting from Andrea. And the key question for you is, what do you take back to Brussels? So, please.
Thank you. Yeah, I would like to thank ETF for organizing this conference and it's for facilitating these discussions on excellence. I would also like to congratulate you. Okay, sorry. I also wanted to congratulate you from ETF, but all of you actually, all the guests, for the results. They're really impressive. I mean, I've seen I've come late in the process. A bit closer. So all the tools that you have created, this e-library, the knowledge packages, this winter camp, the ESAT Cove, and for me, it was one thing to read about these tools, what I did already in preparation of this conference in Brussels. So, but it's another thing to see all these testimonies of people who have really used it. For instance, this ESAT Cove is something that when I read about it, I thought, okay, for more than 500 indicators, you must be very brave to go through this. But then seeing how it transforms organizations in practice, how it helps, this is really something that I take home to Brussels. And yeah, I see also the value of all these exchanges here, also with countries from outside the EU, and the trust it creates. And I see that, I mean, I'm coming late in the process, but I see that this has become a community. It's not only a one-off conference, but there's the trust that we spoke about this morning. It's a final conference, but the work does not stop here. We have the Union of Skills, and with the Union of Skills, the commitment of the Commission to take the skills challenges seriously and to tackle them in a holistic way. This morning, in the first panel, we spoke about what we need, and I quote here, it's a more agile, innovative, and interconnected systems, a bottom-up approach in an organized way, and trust. And in the end, this is what COVES are about. And we will be working with ETF in the future also on the internationalization of VET and guided, of course, in the Union of Skills.
Thank you, Andrea. Thanks a lot. Pilvi, you have seen this work before. You've been part of it. You follow the developments of EU and beyond. How do you see the follow-up? What do you think is needed to be guided further and work further on?
Let me say it in three levels. First, I think it's very important that we recognize what Andrea just said. So she just didn't, read her notes and we have the Union of Skills, but she presented really the work that was among the three chosen initiatives and connected that to this room. And I think this message of the global element, third country work, and the European Union of Skills is very, very important. And that's one that I really take away and I think really look forward. And I believe it stands for all, because the EU muscles are the muscles, as was said on the stage, a largest donor also for education globally. And in today's world, it really means a lot. The second, so if that's for the Commission and for the EU, the second, going then to the sort of spirit of this room and these days, and also the previous events I've been able to follow. The first time you dared to use the word movement, I'm not sure, but it may be that I've used it a little bit in brackets in some of my openings before, that there is a possibility that this kind of work that starts at the same time from bottom up, but is also strategic, as Paolo said here earlier today, has a chance to become from project into something that carries itself, but requires, of course, facilitation and certain structures. So I think I take that, and I hope you all do that today. The movement was used also as a word in writing, and I think it was Fabio who suggested the word mass movement, because in today's world, with all the tensions, This is what changes the world, as said in the beginning, using the words of Margaret Mead. Committed citizens have always been the ones, but there, of course, structures are also needed. So this is for all of you to continue to be a movement, and movements are those that take others with. And there is a famous video you find in YouTube with this one dancer starting alone and then having followers. If you don't have it, we send it somehow in the link. I think that can give the inspiration. Then the third level, if I allow me as the director of an institution that is hosting today to say that from the ETF point of view, I of course see day-to-day struggles, hard work of the colleagues, but I think what we see here is the kind of really an inspiration to continue to work on the different levels. It's to be a kind of connector, on one side with the Commission, on the other side with, of course, all the covers, but then also with all other partners that we see here. The service providers, the international organizations, EU member states very committed to this agenda. So when we celebrated in November our 30th anniversary, many times the word connector was used in that context. So to me, that's the takeaway then for us, and I'm really glad that so many colleagues are also in the room, because for your day-to-day work, these moments really matter. They sort of carry the Monday mornings of Yolen or the Friday afternoons of many others because it's done for others. So yeah, Commission, the movement, all of us, and also then the role of the ETF. Thank you.
Thank you, Pilvi. Jalin, you've been leading this work. Are you ready for holidays?
Yes, but I have to wait until May.
So how do you see the next day? I mean, you should feel, and all the rest, you should feel happy with what has been achieved. This project is not over yet, but there are many discussions what could follow. How do you see the next steps?
So I would also like to start with a quote. And we are in basketball spheres today, because this is a quote from John Wooden, a basketball coach. And he said, "It takes time to create excellence. If it could be done quickly, more people would do it." And I think you mentioned as well, Andrea, 577 indicators, looks very overwhelming. If we really want to cover all areas of vocational excellence, which we see here, which we discussed in the workshop groups, it's not easy to achieve everything, but we can do it step by step, and we can build on what we have. And I think you are all here today and yesterday because you believe we can do it. And we will continue our support as well. We have ISAT-COVE, we have the different support services, the knowledge packages, the e-library, the cookbook. So we invite you to have a look. We will also keep working on disseminating these products together also with the resources we already developed in the first contract, like the studies on the role of COVES in the digital and green transition, on applied research, and within our regular vocational excellence work, we keep ENE, we will grow ENE, we will create events to support and facilitate the exchange, the knowledge sharing as mentioned before. And I think really important to mention here as well, we have ENE, we use our ENE network, but we have all of you as valuable partners to continue the work. And I think also this conference, and then I underline what Pilvi said today, is a really important event because it really helped us to strengthen our collaborations and to proceed our journey together towards vocational excellence.
Thank you. Thank you, Jalin, and thank you all. Thank you for your support. Thank you for the inspiration. Dear all, I think we have probably 3 minutes until the very end. In these 3 minutes, I am asking for all your last energy, because it's about thanking people. None of this would have been possible if there were not people behind it. Therefore, allow me to take this time, the next 3 minutes, and thank the people that need to be thanked for all the work that has been achieved. And I will ask for your warm applause for each one of them. So, let me start by thanking you all for being here and for being here with us all this period, not just today, but the last 2 years working on this project, for some of you even before that, for accompanying us, for being critical friends, for discussing, for sharing your experiences, for learning from each other. So thank you all, and thank you for being here. Thank you also the organizations who have been partners in this contract. And I'm referring to the 3 vet provider associations, FVET, EVBB, and EFTA. You've been part of this work. None of this would have been possible without, of course, the European Commission. Other agencies like EA, that has been part of the steering group. They are not here with us today, but they've been important in connecting with Erasmus+. And CEDEFOP, of course, from whom we heard yesterday. Let me thank all the international organizations, institutions. I hope nobody feels alien anymore in this group. Where is Geraldine? You were all here for a purpose, and thank you for being here. Let me now turn to ETF and thank, first of all, the communications team. I think they're sitting at the back. You know, our products, not only they are good, but they look good as well. Let me thank the team behind all this work. This is the cluster for vocational excellence, but also the core team for vocational excellence. Thanks a lot. In this regard, allow me to mention just very few names. First of all, let me thank Yolene. Let me thank Doriana. Let me thank Fabio. And let me thank a person you have not been, who you have not seen on stage, but she's probably you all spoke to her to be here today and have this work, being presented. So let me thank Loretta. We have a saying in ETF that there is a queen in ETF. There is a director, but there is a queen. And then the final word goes to 2 colleagues. Most of you know them, that they are not here today because they retired, but what we are doing today is actually their legacy. One of them is following us online today, so I will mention their names. It's João Santos. So João, if you're listening to us, this goes for you. And the other one is Julian Stanley. Julian Stanley was one of the big minds behind the ESATCOF, behind NSAT, and behind all this work. So thank you all. Thank you all for being here. Thank you again. And
thank you, Yorgos. Thank you, Gary. And thank you, everyone.
So have a safe trip back home. Thank you.
Thank you. Now have a safe trip to lunch. You're not skipping the lunch. And for those, I'm sorry, they didn't sign up the attendance list. Go and sign this bloody attendance list, please. And breathe, 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 breathe. And dance if you want. Grazie a tutti.